How's everybody doing tonight? Smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. Welcome to the Ledger Lounge. I am Oz the Crypto Goat, and I'm back, baby. We're bigger, better, faster, stronger than ever. Glad to be back with you all. How's everybody doing? What's up, Ken? How you doing? Glad to see you. Did you guys miss me? Did you miss me? Bear with me just a second, trying to get some stuff set up here. I'll tell you what, I feel a little out of practice. It's been a while. It's crazy. You take a week off, and I guess you kind of lose your edge a little bit. Music is loud. Got you. I cannot stand... There, the music should be much better. Cannot stand TikTok's audio, man. Thank you, Revolution. Much appreciated. Always good to have that extra insight. All right. We got some news today. We got some news. We got a look at the charts. Look at the charts have changed. We have a new pattern. The relevancy of the previous patterns, I think, are no longer in play. And this is where we're at. This is either an ascending channel or an ascending wedge. Both are very bearish. And if you were in the technical analysis class, you would know that because we are learning these patterns. And it was great to have... all the people that showed up for the TA class. So that was pretty awesome. We're just getting started, everyone. If you're in the TA class, we're just getting started. But we're having a competition in the TA class. We're trading with fake money. And whoever wins is going to get merchandise. We're going to give out stickers, t-shirts, hoodies. And if people stay in the TA class for like 6 months and they win like every competition in a row, I'm going to send them on a vacation, like a cruise or something. I'll probably come with you on the cruise too. We'll go on a cruise or something. We'll do something fun. I need a cruise, okay? I haven't been on a cruise since, I think, January or February? I like to go on cruises in the winter because I want to go down by the equator, but I don't like the heat. I don't like the heat, and it's actually cheaper. I'll tell you though, even if you have money, the way you keep your money is to be cheap. I am so cheap. I'm telling you, I have money. I can do things that I want to do, but I'm cheap, and I keep my money because of it. So don't be flashy. Don't throw your money around. I'll tell you what, the people that dress the nicest and drive the nicest cars, those are the ones that are not really that wealthy. You look at somebody that's trying to flex, they're not wealthy, okay? And let me tell you, in my experience, and I have been around a lot of very wealthy people, we just normal. We dress normal, we act normal, you know? Can I still join? Is it time to bye? You can still join the TA class if that's what you're asking. Yes, everyone, There is one spot left. You can join the TA class. Hawk and Havoc, exactly. Adam Sandler, Jack Black. These people are worth tens of millions of dollars, and they're normal people. And in my experience, I've noticed that the wealthiest don't have to show off their money. They do it in private. There are moments, where you'll be like, oh, look what they're doing. But normal people, look at I wear normal clothes and drive a semi-normal car. That's my main thing. Is I like weird cars. I like exotic cars. I like specialty cars. But if you saw it, you'd think, oh, like that's an old car. But they're actually very rare, like few made, and you'd think, nothing special. But they're my incognito ones. I actually just got one of my cars running last night. I'm really super excited about it. Got to go for a ride in it. It needs a little bit more. It's an oldie. It's what, 20 something plus years old now. But it's like the newest classic that I have. I guess not. I guess my Jeep is probably the newest classic. But yeah, it's an oldie but goodie. They just don't make them like they used to. I knew a guy owned almost everything in the town, wore overalls, and never combed his hair. Yeah, exactly. That's where it's at. What's up, Marco? Thank you for the Heart Me Revolution. Thank you for the Heart Me and the 5 popular votes. Marco, I'm back. I know you were concerned about me. Revolution sent me a message and said, hey, Marco's upset at you. You're not going live and you're in other people's lives. I'll tell you this. When I do this show, there's a lot of work that goes into it to make it all happen. And I try to be very professional. But when I take time off, I'm also addicted. Okay. I'm so addicted to being a part of the community and talking to people and doing all of this. So even when I'm not doing the show, I'm still going live. I don't know how to take a break. I love you guys so much. And I just want you to know that part of taking the vacation was to give the staff time off for the holiday. I've been giving the staff a lot of days off. Partially it's because they ask for it, and partially it's I'm asking for it because we bit off a little bit more than we could chew. All right, we certainly did. Marco says, "Nah, it's all good. I completely understand." I know, Marco. I'm just letting you know. Nothing but love, buddy. Yes, I appreciate all of you guys. Thank you very much. So, should we do a little bit of TA? I think we need to hit the like button a little bit. I think we need to hit that like button a little bit. Let's get up to 10K, and then we'll get started with the show. We do not enter the FYP until we hit 10K. So we gotta get into the 10K zone. However, we have some resources. Hopefully Revolution's helping with those likes now. So you guys don't have to kill your thumbs as much. I'm trying to save your thumbs. You just missed me. Oh man, I appreciate that, Marco. But and that's part of why I jumped into other people's lives. I didn't want to lose my relevancy, and I wanted to also give other people an opportunity to have me in their lives, because I realize it's a little bit selfish for me to always be asking all these creators to come onto my show, but never reciprocate any of that, So, I want to make it a little bit fair. And so I was like, okay, I'm not going to lie. I was jonesing to go live. I almost decided to just do the show anyway without the staff or anything. But I was like, no, you know what? Like, I'm going to go and support other creators, because that's a big thing that I do is I want to support other creators, and I want to support the community, you, the viewer, as well. Marco, thank you for, oh, wow, there's a whole bunch of gifts. Let me see here. Let's start over. So Neo with the heart me and the 5 popular votes. Marco with the 5 love yous. Neo with the 5 popular votes. Marco with the 5 roses and the 10 goats. Ken with the heart me and Ken with the 3 popular votes. Thank you guys so much. You guys are wonderful. I'm glad to be back. It is just phenomenal. It is so great to be back. We're already at 4,000 likes. We are getting close to that 10K mark. Make sure you're all double tapping the screen. Make sure you share the live out to all your friends. Let everybody know we're back, baby. Because I'll tell you this. I would imagine viewership is gonna be low because we have not been live for a little bit. So we're gonna have to work together here. Maybe I'll do a promotion. We'll see. Maybe I'll do a promotion. If we don't get up there later tomorrow, I'll do a promotion. But we cannot have less than 20 viewers for more than like 30 minutes. Otherwise, we have to kill the live. We have to unalive the live. Oh, Neo, she's talking about Oz, okay? I am a tyrant as a boss, and I do apologize, but I also want this show to run smoothly. I want this office to run smoothly. I want it to be a well-oiled machine, okay? And I want it to be very professional. The idea here is to be the Joe Rogan of the crypto space on TikTok. And that's kind of where we're kind of moving into. I don't really know of any other show that has a fact checker that's covering the news and doing technical analysis like we are. We're pretty original. I do have to say a lot of the creators are starting to cover the news now, which is great. I think it's good to get this information out. I don't care if somebody adds a fact checker to their show. More power to them, okay? Let's get the facts out. Let's get the information out. I do not care if somebody wants to copy my show, as long as you're not copying, my price points and my TA and calling it your own, But obviously people are going to see what I'm seeing, but within reason, And if you're looking to use some of whatever I'm using, let me know. Reach out to me. I'll help you out. I want to be as helpful as possible. Yes, all information is good. And I think it's important that we don't get caught up on like, oh, I'm doing this. I'm what's important. It's all about me. No, it's about you, the viewer. We care about you, the viewer, and we want you to have a smooth transition into this new financial future that we are moving towards. I want it to be a smooth ride. I don't want people to be turned off to crypto because this is about to become something life-changing. And I do believe that what they're doing and the tactics they're using are a way to keep regular people out. And so I want to help you, and I don't want you to get turned off to it. I want you to make money. I want you to retire. All right. I want us to all retire early. And I'm thinking, once the show gets bigger, maybe in a year or two, let's plan a cruise for the show, and everybody goes on a cruise together or a vacation. We all meet up. Maybe we'll do like a cruise from Sydney, Australia, around the Great Barrier Reef there or something. I don't know. I haven't looked into it yet, but I want to do something like that. Okay. And I'm thinking people who have been subscribed for like a year or more at that point, I want to pay for you to go. I want to pay for your cruise ticket. Those are my goals. That's where I want to be, in the next year or so, once we've just grown exponentially. I'm down. I'll rent a whole cruise ship if I have to, I want to do amazing things, and I believe in myself. I always set the bar super high, okay? I always set the bar high. Yeah, let's do it. Even if we just do like a little cruise, but I'm thinking like we could do like a whole event where everybody shows up and I speak, and we do a show live from the boat and have everybody there and have like other guest speakers and stuff come. I think that would be really incredible. Big Baller says, I'm in. Let's rent out a cruise ship. I know, right? I'm with that. That's my foreseeable goal. Now, Will it happen right away? Who knows? But, you know, these things take time, but that is my plan. That is my overall goal, is to do something for you guys. You guys have given and donated so much. The least I could do is, once this is profitable and massive, I want to take the people who have been here since the beginning and reward you. I want to reward you. All right, let's see here. We got Ken with the heart me, Ken with the 3 popular votes, Jesus with the heart me, Big Baller with the heart me, and Jesus with the 12 chili peppers. Thank you guys very much. Jesus is in the TA class, and I'll tell you what, I thought that I was going to be able to teach all this stuff in the class more quickly than it was going to be. And I realized an hour flies by so fast. That class was over before I was only like halfway through what I had planned. And partially it's because it was like the first day, so there's like that little bit of oh, this is what we're doing, and so on and so forth. So it did kind of slow it down a little bit. But I'm trying to get you guys in and out of the class, you know, and make room for new people. I don't want to milk you and lead you on. You know, I want you to learn what I know and how I do it, and then whenever you feel comfortable, you leave. But if you're still looking to get into the technical analysis class, there is another seat open. I could potentially let another person or two in. What's going on, Raydan? How you doing? Glad to see you on the Twitch side. But yeah, I'm going to leave it open, and I have all of the previous classes. I'm recording them, so I will send you recordings if you come in late, so that you can freshen up and catch up to where everyone else is at. I just ask that you do not share them with anyone else. You missed your entry on XRP. Yes, it's over 1,000% sure. Oh, you missed your entry on XRP. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. Every influencer says they've only got one space left. You're like a car salesman. Well, I literally have, I'm opening it up to 5 people, exclusively 5 people. And there's only 4 people in the class. So once we get the 5th person, that's it. I don't want it to be a full class with a bunch of people, because it's like voice. So you guys are like talking and chatting with me, or you can text as well. But the idea is to not overwhelm myself or you, so that it's a more close environment where we can address your concerns and your questions and so on and so forth. You all say exactly the same. All influencers are paid actors. Yeah, that's not me. I'm opposite of paid. I am in the hole. I do not make money doing this. I've made a whole 18 cents in this live. If you're rich as fuck, I come in. Sebastian, I am well off. I'm 37 years old and I'm retired off crypto. Just a little FYI there. So I'm doing all right. Am I a billionaire? No. All right. Not a billionaire. I'd like to be. I'll tell you what, if I'm a billionaire, we're going to buy a cruise ship and we're just going to have the goated cruise, you know, once every 6 months. Always got one space left from first come, first served basis. All right. We got a troll. You know, it's been a while since I've gotten a troll, so I really am glad to have you, man. It's been a long time since somebody's trolled me. Everybody loves and adores me, so it's great to feel like back in the day when I first started doing this. I don't know if you still get my subscription on TikTok. Raydan, who are you on TikTok? I will double check for you. Send me a DM on the TikTok side, and I will check in with you. Yeah, send me a DM or send me a whisper. Raydan 1990. I'm not sure. I haven't seen you on there, but send me a DM or a whisper, and I'll get back to you after the show, buddy. Cosmic sent me in to troll you. Of course he did. Of course he did. Are you Cosmic's ghost profile? Is that who you are? I would believe it. I love Cosmic, by the way. Cosmic is, been a big fan of Cosmic since I first got into the Crypt Talk, and he was one of the first influencers I ever watched. Him and Mega Crypto, and I really enjoy that we've developed a bit of a friendship now over the time. Akram, thank you for the heart me. Nate, thank you for the heart me. Appreciate you. You know, let's set up a live goal. We're at 9.9K, so we got like 100 likes left. Let's get a goal going here. Something easy, something simple. Let's do these community fests. These are great. Let's get these going. So let's get those community fests flying in. We only got about 16 people. We need to get more people watching. We don't want to break our stats. Yeah, just kidding, guys. All love. Cosmic just wanted to have a laugh. You guys are great. Aw, thanks. Ponky, are you Cosmic? If you are, that's freaking hilarious. If Cosmic's just a friend of yours, still freaking hilarious. Tell Cosmic we love and adore him. And Raydan, don't worry, I got you, brother. And thank you for all of you that watch on Twitch. Thank you guys very much. And those of you that watch on YouTube as well, we do have all these recorded and uploaded to YouTube every single day. They usually post it around midnight Pacific Standard Time. So if you miss a show, make sure you're following on YouTube so that you can catch up and not miss anything. So looks like we're at 10K. Great job, everybody. Make sure you keep on hitting that like button. Keep sending those gifts. Let's get the algorithm going. How high do you see XRP going to? That's a good question. I'm thinking $4 to $7, maybe $8. I mean, it could do 10. And if it breaks 10, I think it does 15, but I think that would be the most. I don't think it breaks 10 though. I'm not even sure if it's going to break 5. So I would say that XRP's kind of flatlined, dude. It's showing another bearish signal that it's coming back down. Potentially it could pump more. I would say like let's say this is a channel here instead of a wedge. Let's say all right. Let's say we got a channel going here. Let me line this up. Let's, for the sake of argument's sake, something like that. I think it's more of a wedge, to be honest with you. I could see it going up to 240 and then come down. I don't think so, though. I think it's kind of run its course. This is textbook right here. I'm going with the wedge here. This wedge is pretty dang on point. And usually these don't get to the tip and they break off early. So maybe it hits 235 and breaks down. And I could even argue that maybe it's more like this, right? Let's argue that that's what it is, right? Either way, it's showing bearish. Brad speaks this week. They applied to be a bank. Trump talk this week. Yeah. It's also the crypto week thing. We're going to go over all that. But I'll tell you this. XRP has competition now. major competition. So, and what I'm seeing, I think that obviously, Ripple is going to play some role in all of this. So do I think it's worthless? Obviously not. News-based push incoming. I think you're right, but I think XRP falls short. That's what I think. I think they got a lot of XRP to unload on the public. But it looks bearish to me, man. But we could break structure. What's going on, Seamont? Glad to see you. Seamont, were you trying to get in the TA class? I can't remember if you were trying to get in. I have one spot left open. And if you missed the first day, I have a recording of it. I'll tell you what, some of the stuff's going to be redundant. I'm going to burn it into your brain, okay? And that's pretty much reading the candles. Every single live, every single class, I'm going to be burning how to read the candles into your mind. You couldn't figure out the Discord? All right. Message me after the show, Simon. I got you, brother. We'll get you in. And I have the first class recorded so that you can freshen up on that. But you will be behind in the trading competition. We're trading with fake money. Everybody gets $100,000, and whoever wins at the end of the month gets merchandise. You don't know how to do Discord? Don't worry. I'll link you up with the IT guy, and he will walk you through it. I got you, buddy. That's what your subscription pays for. It pays for things like that. If you don't know how to work the Discord, I will coach you on getting on Discord. I'll coach you on whatever it is that you need that coaching on that pertains to what we're doing here. So, Seamont, I got you. Seamont's been a subscriber for a very long time. Since the beginning, since we just had the phone pointed at the Nintendo Switch, the good old days. Akram, thank you for the 5 Community Fest. Neo, thank you for the 10 Community Fest. Marco, thank you for the 4 Community Fest. Appreciate you guys. With Israel continues attacks on Yemen, are we paying for that too? War is money. I think we are. I think we're at least supplying the artillery, things like that, the missiles and whatnot. I think all of that comes from us. Marco and Seamont with the Community Fest. 10 from Marco and 26 from Seamont and another 27 from Seamont. Thank you. Appreciate you. Where are we looking at on that goal? We're more than halfway there. We've got 56 out of 100. All right. We're doing all right. All right, let's see here. Technical XRP prediction this bull run. You mean like the highest it's going to go? $5 to $8. Let's be realistic. $5 to $8 this bull run. Maybe if it gets mass adoption, we could see like $25 in a decade or so. But we're just too early, man. We're so early. And that's great. That's a great thing. But why buy at $2 if we're going to be able to pick it up for $1 or under? Sui and Teo. Yeah, I can do that for you. We do that at the end of the show. So stick around and I will look those up. Or if you are a subscriber, I will pull them up for you right now. On my end, it says I'm a deluxe member for 118 days so far. Dang, Raydan, that's a minute. That is a minute. 118 days. Everyone seems to resubscribe, and that's awesome. And I'll tell you this, okay? I have not been putting out as many price point videos on XRP right now, and the reason for that is it's almost nearly been unchartable. And I don't want to give you the wrong information. When it's stuck between $2.20 and $2, it's a hard one to crack. It's very difficult, and I don't want to give you the wrong information. But once we get a breakout here, it's going to be very easy to do all that, but we're pretty much running sideways on this thing right now. So bear with me, okay? I don't want to give you bad information. I want to give you smart information. Sometimes it's best to just be patient and wait a little bit. We need that confirmation. All right. So let's look into this here. Let's go into the 1 hour. Yeah. 1 hour's looking bleak. Oh, I moved our line here. Not good. Not good. If this consolidates here, boom. Head and shoulders down to 222, but it'll probably keep going from there. And that would be a break out through. So if this consolidates across here, that's a head and shoulders. Something to keep an eye out for. If you can take a look at ETHFI. Oh, I own ETHFI.
Yeah, it's the enhancer for ETH.
Yeah. Let me tell you something. Ethereum, new Ethereums come out, and they always hit around $2,000. So I own some ETHFI. Definitely a good one. I'm holding it long term. I bought it like when it was like super cheap. Let's look at ETHFI. Thank you, CMOT. Yep. So it looks like it had a descending channel, and then now it's starting to work its way up. But yeah, this will be a good project. Could it come down more? Absolutely. Absolutely. But it seems to be pretty low. I think I got in right here. 56 cents. And that was, no, I got in March. This is where I bought it. I bought it here at about 60 cents. Somewhere around there on that flat line. And it dipped a little bit, but look at that recovery. I'm already in the green on this one. You got it at 80. 80 is still good, man. It's up right now, and I think it's going to continue upward. This one, I've seen other Ethereum projects like this. They'll go up to $2,000 sometimes. So who knows? I would say if we go into alt season, this one's going to do great. Is it going to do like what, the top 10 are going to do? No, but this one will definitely do well. Let's take a look at it here. Let's see what it's doing. So it looks like it's forming a channel upward here. Let me go into the 1 hour. Oh, this is a good one for gap trading. If you're in the TA class, we're going to be going over gap trading soon. And gap trading is a good way to indicate movement. So like right here, when you see this kind of gap right there, that's why it shot up like it did. You buy that and then you sell, and then you wait for, you see this other gap here, and it works its way back up to fill that gap. But we'll cover more of that in the class. So yeah, this is cool. This one's great for gap trading. As of right now, though, it looks like it's about to form a double top and come back down to probably like 94, 93 cents. But look at these wicks, man. It wants to climb. It wants to climb. So I'm sure it'll hit $1.15 again and then back down. So I would say put a sell order at $1.145. Pengu. Yeah, Eric, stick around to the end of the show or become a subscriber, and I will do that for you right now. Otherwise, you got to wait till the end of the show. Or I guess you could send me like a money gun. If you guys send me like a Galaxy or a money gun, I'll consider it. Galaxy for sure. All right, send me a Galaxy. I'll TA whatever you want. All right, but the show is very structured. All right, let's check out our live goal. Where are we at here? We are almost to reaching this goal. Get rid of that. We're not doing that today. All right, let's look at Bitcoin. Seamont, thank you for the 31 Community Fest. Nate with the 19 and Seamont with the heart me. Thank you guys so much. Let's do a new goal. Let me set up a new goal and we're going to take a look at Bitcoin because I am a little worried about what I'm seeing with Bitcoin. All right. Everyone seems to be so bullish and I don't know, I'm not convinced yet. I'm just not there. Look at this. That looks like a double top right here. You see it? Another double top right here. I'd even call this a triple top. Boom, boom. 3 tops. And then look at this. This is I think this is a diamond top right here. Textbook diamond top. And if you were in the class, I called this one out. So I have a feeling Bitcoin could be cooked. Chart's got to speak to me. Yes, definitely. Henry, how you doing? Sup, Oz? Been away for a week. Hope all is well. Yeah, I've been away for a week too. I took the week off for the holiday and basically did some lives on other people's shows so that I'm not just hoarding all the people. Show you XRP. XRP is the same thing. Forming bearish. Everything is forming something a little bit bearish. You know? I think XRP is coming back to 215, 218, something like that. And when it's in this consolidation zone right here, you can buy, if you can get it around like 210, 215, sell it at 225 and just do that over and over. Man, you can just make so much money. That's how I pay for the staff here. When it gets stuck in this consolidation zone, you're basically getting it at 215, 218, selling it at 225. And you just keep doing that. And eventually, yeah, it'll break out. And then, okay, you missed a little bit. You buy back in, it runs up, and you go from there. Here's your XRP, though. It's dead. Let's check out the news. We're at 14K likes. Let's check out the news. All right. Satoshi Nakamoto's $100 billion hidden Bitcoin wallet faces new risks as mystery deepens. Okay. So we all know about the Satoshi Nakamoto holds 100 billion Bitcoin or worth of Bitcoin. So the ongoing enigma surrounding Satoshi Nakamoto, the anonymous creator of Bitcoin, has resurfaced as the cryptocurrency's value soared past $100,000 mark following Donald Trump's return to U.S. president, with Bitcoin gaining momentum, especially in light of speculation about Trump's policies fueling another boom. Curiosity surrounding Nakamoto has intensified. Oh, yeah. CIA, maybe. Yep. Satoshi Nakamoto means Central Intelligence Agency in Japanese. So, in the past year, an HBO documentary claimed to have uncovered Satoshi Nakamoto's identity, adding to the speculation. But recent revelations have only deepened the mystery. Also, Tesla CEO Elon Musk unveils Bitcoin's related plans for the U.S. Treasury. Coinbase exclusive Connor Gorgon has hinted that Kraken, a competing crypto exchange, might already know the true identity of Nakamoto. I said maybe, and he could be a cool dude. Who knows? I don't think it's an actual person. I think it's an entity. So, in the next post, Gorgon wrote, I went through Satoshi Nakamoto's wallets, threads of new findings. I don't think I have been previously reported, including my best guess is that Satoshi was last active in 2014. He may have used a Canadian BTC exchange, Kraken. Further mystery surrounds the disappearance of Nakamoto, who last communicated in 2011 when he stated that he moved on to other things in a message to Bitcoin developer Mike Heron. Do I believe this guy? No. Jack Dorsey, my honest opinion. I mean, it could be. It's all speculation, man. But I'll tell you this. Satoshi Nakamoto does not care about you, okay? He cares about himself, his wallet. If you think that he's not going to sell off his Bitcoin one day, or he or it, whatever it may be, I think a lot of people know, Henry. I think a lot of people know. But this is concerning for Bitcoin, that there's somebody, this is centralized, okay? If, somebody has that much of something, they could rug at any time. And so there's some speculation going. I'm not going to read all of this. Revolution says, oh my God, I had a thought. What if he's unalive and they don't know where he put it? I mean, that's a possibility. That has been a speculation too. What's your thoughts on Calvin Hill? We're not going down there. Me and Calvin made up. We're friends. All right. Let's leave it at that. Calvin Hill, he's definitely feeding the moon cheese to people, but he's entitled to his opinion. And then Anonyminium 71. Is that Guinea Marie? Anonyminium? Are you Guinea Marie? Thank you for the heart me and the popular vote. So, here's the reason why I brought this up. Oh, sorry, didn't mean to start something. I didn't know you fell out with Calvin. No, we didn't. We actually had a brief moment where we had a little bit of a tiff, but we worked it out as creators and we're getting along. But we have chosen to agree to disagree. And I get it. He gets a lot of money and support by feeding out moon cheese. I get it. And I understand, I get it, but, I have a different style how I do things, and I can't hate someone because they have a different opinion. Not to mention the fact that he's wrong very often. So back to Satoshi, okay? So there's some speculations going around that Satoshi has risen from the dead, that his wallets are active. False, okay? That is false. That is why you're seeing all this about Satoshi, right? But there is some validity to it, okay? And that leads us to our next. Let me zoom in here so you can see it a little better. Bitcoin investor moves $8 billion worth of crypto after 14 years Originally bought for less than $210,000, 80,000 Bitcoin transferred from dormant Satoshi Era wallet. Boom, there it is. Satoshi Era. Okay. Oh, wow. Revolution, thank you for the swan. You did not have to do that. King Crypto, thank you for the chili and the lightning bolt and the TikTok and the rose. Appreciate it. Let's set a new goal here. Let's do the money gun. I like the money gun. I don't know why, but the money gun is cool. King J Crypto, I appreciate you, man. Oh, Guinea Marie is Guinea Marie. Okay. All right. I'm sorry, Guinea Marie. I don't know why there's so many people that I was going through people and I thought that maybe that was you on it. I'd seen them before. Okay. So yes, there is an active wallet. Okay. And this is concerning for Bitcoin. Okay. This is concerning, but is it Satoshi's wallet? No, it is a Satoshi Era wallet. So Satoshi has not woken up. All right. We do not know. Fact check here. Here's the truth. It's a Satoshi Era wallet, but that's still concerning for Bitcoin here. Let's read it. An ancient beast has suddenly risen from its slumber after lying dormant for 14 years. In the realm of crypto, such a beast is known as a whale. An early adopter of the blockchain holding massive amounts of currency, whales are often closely monitored by the community due to their foresight. Therefore, even the slightest activity can be read as a signal based on which the markets can shift. One of these whales, currently speculated to be Roger Ver, has moved 80,000 Bitcoin over the past 24 hours. That's more than 8.6 billion in regular people's money, made from an initial investment of less than $210,000 back in 2011. Doing the math, this mystery whale has achieved a hypothetical return of nearly 4 million% over its initial purchase, or approximately 40,000 times the original amount. That's pretty phenomenal. Someone sent me 115 coins of XRP to my wallet. Really? That's awesome. I wish someone would send me some money to my wallet. TikTok seller, thank you for the 2 confettis. Glad to have you, buddy. All of these Bitcoins are from a highly reserved Satoshi Era, the infancy period between 2009 and 2011 when the currency was first introduced. Wallets from this time are from true believers of Bitcoin, people who invested in the radical era of decentralized finance system when a single coin wasn't even worth $1. So you can imagine the delight on the crypto bros' face when someone decided to move a record-breaking amount of Bitcoin yesterday. So this is concerning. They moved money from their wallet, I believe, onto an exchange. Revolution, can we get a fact check on this? I think it's right here. I don't know. It doesn't say. Okay, so there is a whale that moved 80,000 BTC recently. And did they move it to the exchange? By the way, I know I don't like Coinbase, but let me tell you something. Coinbase is the onboard and offboard. And I'm gonna be in on Coinbase and Circle, man. Those they're never going anywhere. And especially after reading what I just found out today, check this out. Circle launches payment network to compete with Ripple. Circle is threatening the dominance of Ripple with the launch of Circle Payments Network, CPN, for cross-border transactions. Circle has rolled out its Circle Payments Network, designed to change the landscape for cross-border transactions. The new offering attempts to snag market shares for Ripple payments, putting both heavyweights in a scramble for dominance. Whoo! And I'll tell you what, Circle USDC is more established. Yeah, I know the stream lag. There's nothing I can do about it. And I just downloaded. I just downloaded the new TikTok. Nothing I can do about it. If you're having issues with the live on TikTok, you can always watch it on Twitch, okay? We're streaming on Twitch as well. I can't control the TikTok studio. It never works right. It never works right. There's nothing I can do about it. So if you're having a hard time with it, that's why we multi-stream, because I want to be able to offer you a quality viewing experience. All right? And TikTok just doesn't have that. And not yet. We love TikTok Shop. We love TikTok Shop. So Circle launches CPN. Stablecoin issuer Circle has announced a payment network for financial institutions offering real-time, cost-effective payments. According to the announcement on X, Circle Payments Network will provide round-the-clock, low-cost, near-instant settlement for financial institutions. Per the statement, CPN will lean on Circle's stablecoins USDC and EURC for settlement, sidestepping traditional bottlenecks. The stablecoin issuer says CPN will support invoice payments, remittances, treasury services, and contractor payouts. Boom! So listen, Circle can do this with just USDC. Yeah, I'll do it. Don't worry, Henry. I got you on XRP. So Circle can do all of this with just USDC. So what does that tell you about XRP? If they can use RLUSD, what use is XRP actually going to have? I mean, it'll definitely have some use, but is it going to skyrocket the price? I don't think so anymore. And honestly, with Ripple having the case against them and everything that's gone through, I would imagine that Circle may have a leg up on this one. What's the cost and how fast with Circle? What do you mean? What do you mean? So Circle just had their IPO, and USDC, it earns 5% or 4% APY. Yeah, Circle's at 206 right now. Jesse says, over here now, TikTok was ticking me off. It was TikToking you off. So I'm leaning towards Circle here. TikTok seller says same. Yeah, I really do apologize for the viewing experience on TikTok, but it is what it is. Big Baller says, shit, I sold Circle at 294. That's good, man. You did great. I think it comes down, and I'm going to be picking some up. I'm waiting for it to come down a little bit, but it could hold at like $100, which is phenomenal for Circle. Don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends, and be open-minded. XRP will not be an end-all be-all to cross-border payments. It will be a part of the ecosystem, But will it be this one world currency thing that everyone speculates it to be? I don't think so. And then check this out. Ripple and Circle are applying to become banks. Here's why that matters. So Circle is also doing all the same things that XRP is doing. XRP, Ripple, okay, I did it myself. I conflated the two. Ripple and Circle are in competition. I didn't know the class started. I completely missed it. It's okay. I recorded the class. It was just the first class. If you want to get into the class, there is still a space available. I'm not bullish on Circle. I will go hard into Ripple next year IPO. Yeah, I mean, the IPO for Ripple, I'm definitely going to be buying that. And I will be in Circle as well. But I think there's going to be more than one. There's going to be more than one company that facilitates all these things. Hidden Road, yeah. So basically, Ripple owns Hidden Road. That's it. So that means more inflows on the ledger. But this is cool. This is cool. We're not stuck with only XRP. We're not stuck with only Ripple. I would imagine that these IPOs may do better than crypto. The IPOs may do better, especially over time and holding their value. Crypto's a bit more volatile, so there's more money to be made there. But I think for like a long-term hold, it may be a better thing to be into. Massive XRP withdrawal from Coinbase sparks bullish breakout buzz. Don't listen to this 600% surge crap. This is crap, okay? This is ridiculous. And I'm thinking that this is probably... I didn't even read it because I'm like, this is stupid. This is probably over like 20 years' time, these numbers. Maybe 600% this run, I don't know. Not... Maybe another 300% off of what it's up like 300, and it would go another 3. What that puts at like what, $6, $5? So yeah, it seems like it's a lot, but basically this is a massive withdrawal of 779,000 XRP tokens. 1.8 million was taken from Coinbase exchange and put into a wallet. Okay. That's not a lot of money. They're calling this a whale. 1.8 million is not a lot of money, but it did go into a wallet, okay? But they try to make this seem like it's a whale. Whales are billions, man, or hundreds of millions of dollars. But 1.8 million, 2 million, I mean, it's a chunk. But golly, I can't stand this. All right, here. So this is from financialservices.house.gov, all right? So the House announces week of July 14th as Crypto Week. Will we get a boom from this? Probably. That's why, think about it. When did I say to buy? July 14th, baby. So, I'm thinking maybe the 10th, maybe the 9th would be the buy time, and it'd probably be all uphill from there. They want people to FOMO in. Yes, exactly. So this is the Crypto Week is coming up. Your birthday is the 10th. Happy birthday to you. So I'm not going to read this whole thing, so you can go check it out. I have a more summarized version of this, but this is from the official House Committee on Financial Services.gov website. Okay. And so basically Read the first part here. Today, the House Committee on Financial Services Chairman French Hill, House Committee, blah, blah, blah. I'm not reading it. This week, July 14th, Crypto Week, the House of Representatives looks forward to considering the Clarity Act, the Anti-CBDC Surveillance State Act, and the Senate's Genius Act as part of Congress's efforts to make America the crypto capital of the world. All right, let me tell you what. This Anti-CBDC Surveillance Act, this is what I've been waiting for. This is the kind of legislation I want to see. However, we have not seen the bill yet and read it, okay? 9 times out of 10, whatever the title is, the bill does the opposite. Keep that in mind. So buy XRP prior to the 14th. I think there's going to be a bit of a FOMO because of ISO and Crypto Week. And yes, we'll get a boom. We shall see. We shall see, Neo. I am optimistic. However, the charts look bearish for now. And I think the tariffs come in and crash things down, and then they use this to pump it right back up. Genius Act still needs a House vote. Exactly. And then it's got to be signed by the president, and they could renegotiate, change things in it. A lot can happen still there. We're too early. All right. How many times I got to say it? We are too freaking early. Can't hear you commercials. I'm sorry. Sorry about the commercials. Yeah, they could still amend a lot of things. Exactly. So, but this one, the Anti-CBD Surveillance State Act, this is good if the bill is actually does this. All right. What I have known in my experiences is usually whatever the bill states in the title, the bill actually does the opposite. What's up, Caveman? How you doing, buddy? Glad to have you. Dude, the way you sniped Crypto Cali last night, dude, I was dying laughing, bro. That was hilarious, man. You got some serious jokes, man. Caveman Fantasy, make sure you give him a follow. Dude is solid. He's a bit of an XRP shill, but we still love him. Hey, I think XRP is going to do amazing things. I really do. But Caveman, did you hear about Circle? You hear about Circle? I'll read it for you one more time. Hold on, I got to do this stupid puzzle piece. Circle launches payments network to compete with Ripple. Circle has rolled out its Circle Payments Network CPN designed to change the landscape for cross-border transactions. The new offering attempts to snag the market from Ripple Payments, putting both heavyweights in a scramble for dominance. Check it out, look into it. And both Ripple and Circle are applying to become banks right now. So Ripple got some competition, and I think I would say that Circle's probably got the leg up on this one. All right, here it is. This is what I'm looking for. Look into it, Caveman. Here to help you, brother. Ripple is way more advanced than Circle. I don't know. They're not headed to the Senate floor. Who are you talking about? I'm confused what you're talking about. You're talking about this one? U.S. Senator proposes crypto tax exemptions in a new bill. Oh, Circle. Yeah. I mean, Ripple's been around doing the cross-border thing earlier on. But who knows? Who knows? They're definitely going to have competition. I think they're both going to serve their place in the space, okay? I think they'll both do very well, all right? That's where I'm at with it. I think they'll both do very well. But I'm not I'm not on the moon cheese where Ripple is basically going to take over everything and be the end all be all. No. Come on. Let's be realistic here. It'll be shared. But I think they both do phenomenal. So check this out. This is cool. The U.S. Senator proposes crypto tax exemptions in a new bill. The move followed the exclusion of cryptocurrency provisions from the recently passed federal spending package. The proposal outlines a series of tax exemptions intended to provide clarity and reduce compliance burdens for participants in digital asset sectors. Among the main provisions is a de minimis exemption for digital asset transactions and capital gains up to USD 300, capped at USD 5,000 annually. The bill also recommends that taxes on rewards from crypto mining and staking should be applied when the assets are sold. That's awesome. I hope this happens. God knows I pay a lot of money in taxes right now doing trading, so this will be great. We all know Ripple has the big cake. We know there is competition, but XRP is way up front in all. Ripple is up front. XRP is not. Okay? Do not conflate the two. Caveman, thank you for the heart me and the chili. Danny Gibson, thank you for the money gun. Much appreciated. But Ripple and XRP are not the same thing. Let's be clear about that. Will XRP run? I don't know. I think it may be somewhat obsolete now as far as XRP goes. Think about it. With RLUSD, what purpose does XRP serve? Is it gas fees and liquidity pool? Like, it's going to be the rails on the back end. It's going to be whatever, but it's not going to skyrocket the value. Yes, the value will appreciate, but it's not going to do 10K. Let's be realistic here. Okay, so crypto lending and donations are included in the exemptions. A draft legislation includes additional carve-outs for digital assets used in lending agreements and charitable contributions, effectively shielding these activities from taxation. These measures appear designed to address the industry's concern around double taxation and complexity of current reporting requirements. Here's the thing. This is just a bill that's being proposed. It is not voted on. It's not in yet, okay? It's too early, but this is great. This is a great move forward. This is a great first step into not paying those taxes, baby. Guinea Marie says, I'm pretty sure we have to actually have an economy to have anything. I agree. Things need to pick up dramatically before anything really happens. Oh, wow. So Revolution says XRP was a test. How could they make their crypto work? I don't know about that, it being a test, but I think it was originally designed to be something different, but here we are. And don't forget, if you're watching on Twitch, to click the link that says HelloFresh, use my promo code and get your first 10 meals for free. Eat healthy and be happy. They want you to live in the pod and eat the bugs, okay? Don't eat the bugs, eat HelloFresh. It saves you time, it saves you money, and it helps you be healthy. It's great. I've lost almost 60 pounds now, and the HelloFresh has just been amazing. And it's good food. I'll tell you that. It's good food. HelloFresh is awesome. And if you're like busy, you're working, and you're doing different things, you can... Your meals are basically prepped and ready to go. They're very quick. So you're saving time, you're saving money, you're saving energy. And food is expensive right now. Food is very expensive. So when you are signing up for this, you're actually saving money. You eat hungry root. Well, that does me no good, Guinea Marie. Revolution says $1,200 a month in food she spends. Yeah. So the HelloFresh is actually cost effective. So use my promo code, sign up for HelloFresh, and when you sign up for HelloFresh, you're helping this show out as well. I receive $90 for every person that signs up for HelloFresh. So if you want to contribute to the show, that's one way to do it. Just sign up for HelloFresh. Anyway, moving on. That's our sponsors. We appreciate our sponsors. And I don't have a contract with Sweetwater and DJI anymore, but I will shout them out anyway. They were our first sponsors. Sweetwater did amazing with helping us get all this equipment here. So if you're looking for a podcast or anything, highly recommend Sweetwater. Great company. And DJI has amazing mics. If you're a creator and you get the DJI mic mini, the lavaliers, they're magnificent. I use them here in the studio and for other people's lives. They're just great. Red Dragon says, I'm a realist. How about capital gains flat tax rate of 9%, both state and federal, totaling 18%? I mean, yeah, that would be something, but I think no tax on crypto. I don't think they should be able to tax money, capital gains. I don't agree with that. We already pay for everything we own and everything we buy. I don't think that it's right to have to. They're basically triple dipping on us. They tax us for the money we make. They tax us for the money we earn from our investments. They tax us on the things that we own, and they tax us on the things that we buy. It is just overwhelming. How is anyone ever supposed to make it? Ideally, we get taxed on everything, but they will tax it. I think you're right. I think the proposal thing is to create a bullish sentiment. Giddy Marie says $15,000 in real estate taxes. Exactly. It's ridiculous. Justin Drango says, regardless of what they want, are most certainly going to tax it, just like any asset traded. I agree. I think that is invented to create FOMO, to get you to buy. And that's a red flag of what is going on. Why are they having to push the narrative so hard right now? Why are they pushing the crypto narrative so hard, trying to get all the normies into it? I don't buy it. I don't trust it. It's like they're looking to rug, baby. Yeah, because the economy's dumping. Exactly. Yeah, make all the money, then tax the crap out of you. Exactly. Red Dragon says, yes, but you're not going to get away from death and taxes. Exactly, dude. I agree with you. 100%. Yeah, I think it is going down too. I think all the wars are over, everything's booming, all the good. No. The fact that they're trying to pump things like having the crypto week, okay, that is a red flag to me, okay? Yeah, we'll get a pump because of it, but are we going to the moon? Probably not. Yeah, the wars aren't really over. We're going to cover that in a little bit. But there was no ceasefire with Israel and Iran. There is no ceasefire, never was. They're still negotiating it. No one has agreed to anything. This bull run, very disappointing. I know, I agree with you, Jason. And it's a possibility that the bull run is basically ending sooner than we hoped. I think we get a run down and then one more run up. But we're basically in the 7th, 8th inning of this thing. Henry says the run is over. I don't think it's over. I think we got, one more play. Maybe we can get a double play in this one. I don't know. Bitcoin is up 1,000%. the last 5 years, Bitcoin will dump and alts will explode. I don't know. I don't know if that actually happens because institutions are buying it and putting it into escrows. Countries are buying it and putting it into escrows. Corporations are buying it and putting it into escrows. That's going to keep the price up. So maybe Bitcoin doesn't lose its dominance. Maybe it'll pull back. Obviously, it's going to pull back, but I think we're going to get a lackluster alt season. Has happened the last 12 years. Look at the charts. Dude, I know Nova, okay? I've been in pretty much every bull run, all right? I've been in every bull run. I haven't always made money, but I've been in every bull run. I know how it works, okay? But something's different this time. All pumps and dumps so far, all news related, it's so fixed. I agree. And I think that's why they're selling the moon cheese. Everybody, we're having crypto week and we're going to do no tax on crypto and all this stuff all coming at the same time. It's because they're going to drive it up and then they want to turn people off to crypto. They want to get you out. They want to shake you out of it because they are going to adopt this stuff. Just not yet. They got to get you turned off to it. Make you hate it. And then they'll come and buy it up. Not even sure if Ethereum will see a new all-time high. I agree with that too, Jason. I agree. Everything looks bearish right now. Azure Magnet is going to go in full force. Mark my words. Oh, I know, dude. Dude, the magnet, look at it. Bearish. Look at Bitcoin, bearish. Look at Ethereum. Ethereum is a classic diamond top. Bearish. Everything is not looking too good right now. I think this does more. This is underdeveloped. So I think it's going to be more out here like this. But yeah. Diamond top. Bitcoin, diamond top. XRP, ascending wedge. Everything looks bearish right now. Everything. And they're feeding the moon cheese like crazy. That's what leads me to believe we're moving down. Actually, fuck it. Boom! There you have it. The red light is on. All right? Invest in blue chip cryptos, the ones institutional investors are allowed to buy and will fly. Exactly. I agree with that. Exactly. HBAR is probably the most undervalued top tier crypto on the market, by the way. Caveman told me that, and I agree with that sentiment. I believe credit should be given where credit is due, and Caveman is the one that said that, and I agree with that sentiment 100%. Henry says Algorand. I agree with that too. Of the RWAs, man, Algorand is going to do something magnificent, but it's going to take time. Long-term hold. Yeah, they're sleepers. Next bull run. Revolution says I own HBAR for a long while. Yeah, same here. I've been holding HBAR for a long time. It's going to do amazing things. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. 2030, man. 2030, 2031. Algo is over? Nah, man. Algorand is just getting started. The future of crypto is real world assets. Algo, Ondo, baby. The big beautiful bill pumps 5 trillion. What happened during COVID when 2 trillion was pumped in? First of all, that 2 trillion was retail, okay? People got that money and it all trickled back in, okay? Yeah, big whales will have more, but I don't know. I don't know about it. Caveman, thank you for the heart me and the chili. Precious, thank you for the heart me. Guinea Marie, thank you for the heart me. The Let 'em Cook, the Backing Monkey, and the Community Crown from Revolution. Let's see here. Let's do a new goal. Boom. Let's do a galaxy. Actually, you know what? No, I don't want to do a galaxy. I want to do something fun. And this is cheaper. Let's do a dragon crown. This is my favorite one. The dragon crown is amazing. Guillemary, thank you for the 31 community fests. Let's get a dragon crown, man. I love that thing so much. One of my favorites. Henry says, last quarter this year will pump through early first quarter 26, then Dumpalicious. That's my short-term take. That's a possibility. That's a possibility. Red Dragon says, Ondo Pendle. Thank you, Guinea Marie. Thank you for the dragon crown. And Precious, thank you for the 11 roses. Ondo, Pendle, Quant, XDC, Injective, can't go wrong. I don't know about Injective, but those are pretty solid projects. Pretty solid. All right. Let's do the glasses. Let's see where we get with the glasses. Oz, why is the Orange Man building a wall in the White House? I think they're getting ready for protests or unrest or terror attacks. I think everything's on the table as far as that goes. I think everything is on the table. Please, best coin to buy for the bull run. I mean, this bull run or next bull run? Because this bull run might be over. Next bull run, RWAs all the way. Any real world asset, Ondo, Algo. For this one, I think the narrative lies with XRP, but at the same time, XRP gets dumped on every single month by Ripple, and it keeps the price low. So I would say your runner-up. Let me see. It's Cardano, Solana. That's what I think. Cardano and Solana will do well. I think Solana may overtake Cardano, but those two right there, those are going to be good ones for sure. And you're not going to have to worry about Ripple dumping on you. Is XRP good long term? I'm not too convinced. I'm not convinced, man. I think it may be quite the opposite. It's kind of like a dead technology. Cardano TA? Yeah, I got you, buddy. For Henry, anything. We like Henry over here. Henry's actually been a guest on the show. We haven't had too many of the regular guests on the show, but yeah, Henry's actually been on. Oh, Henry, thank you for the sunglasses. I appreciate you, man. And I'll do Ondo. All right, Cardano. This is an ascending channel. But it actually, I think this is a diamond bottom. It's a little out of structure, but they're never perfect, right? They're never perfect. This could possibly be, Henry, this could possibly turn into a diamond bottom. It's not fully structured, though. It hasn't completely formed, but definitely something to keep an eye on. It is also making higher highs and higher lows. So it's also an ascending channel right here. I would even go as far to say that that line's more right there. So this could move up here, but then fall down. I think it goes to 60 to probably like 61 cents. Maybe it hits 62. I'm thinking $62 to $62.5. I think it pumps up there and then it falls down from there. And then that would bring it down to, I don't know, probably like 50, maybe 53. Maybe it falls to like 56. But also, here's the thing, Henry, on this one. That is the micro. This is a micro pattern. In the macro, we have something much more bullish showing. I think that this is what it is, really. Double bottom. And that takes it to like $1, maybe like 98 cents. 98.5 on the bullish side. But Henry, also, mind you, even if this is a double bottom and it does take off, which it could, if we do alt season, that kind of lines up with what, August? You know, if we get an alt season, this is what we'll see. If we don't, this is a classic, Henry, this is classic bull run where they just do this. Boom. That happens too. And then they flatline. They're dead. Yeah, Sui's cool. So keep an eye out on this. Watch this channel, Henry, and see if it breaks downward. And it could break downward and stop at like 51. And that would be a triple bottom. And that would be hella bullish. And that would put us in September for this, and that would line up beautifully. So I think triple bottom is what we actually do see on Cardano. And if we hit triple bottom, same price, $1. I think if it's a triple bottom, it would probably be the same thing. We'd probably see 98 to $1, somewhere around there. No problem. No problem, Henry. All right. And don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. And my phone died. Let's see here. How many likes are we at here? 40K likes. We need 10,000 more likes to get to 50K. Let's get there. Red Dragon, thank you for the follow. Sasha, thank you for the follow. Let's get back into the news. So this is why I think we're moving to bearish. For those of you Aussies watching out in Australia, this is news for you, okay? I'm trying to cover more Australian news because I know that most of my viewers come from Australia, and I want to, make sure that you're getting not just the U.S. information, but where you're at as well. And I think it's good for us in the U.S. to also have this information because we kind of mirror each other, right? So, house price warning as RBA called all but sealed. Australia's housing market is unlikely to experience another price boom in line with COVID surge as affordability constraints overweigh interest rate cuts. Almost all experts, 83%, so 30 out of 34 from FINDA's RBA cash rate survey, believe the RBA will cut the cash rate, bringing it to 3.60% in July. Meanwhile, national house prices are on the rise on the back of the interest rate cuts, which are spurring on borrow capacity, with PropTrack showing national home prices rose 0.4% in June and are now 4.6% on the last year. But while monthly gains were recorded across almost all the capitals, it might not be quite as bad as the last time the RBA cut rates, when house prices soared nearly 25% in 12 months until 2021. That is the view of AMP chief economist Shane Oliver, who told Newswire even worse affordability constraints would not result in a repeat of the post-COVID price surge. It would be more constrained with time around when we came out of COVID. Interest rates went to zero and you could get a fixed rate around 2% and variable rates around 3%, he said. I don't think we're going to see it this time around. Affordability has arguably better in 2020 because house prices instantly fell a bit. So, yeah. And I'm seeing similar things in the U.S. to this, but this is Australian, right? But I think we're going to see similar things in the U.S. with this. If we mirror each other. All right. The jobs report has dashed hopes of rate cut this summer. What did I tell you? What did I tell you guys? Everyone was screaming July rate cuts, July rate cuts. Everybody was saying it. The news was saying it. Nope. It ain't happening. We got the jobs reports. I mean, it doesn't take rocket scientists to understand what is happening here. Okay? This is so easy. And that's why you gotta watch this show. Because I've been telling you guys maybe September. Maybe. And I think that's a hard maybe. Okay, so chances of a Fed rate cut this month cratered after a strong jobs report. And remember, I told you that they're probably not going to cut rates unless there's an unemployment crisis and jobs unavailable. Okay, I think that these numbers are skewed, but I think they're doing it on purpose. It's all part of the plan. So I'm thinking no rate cut again. It'll probably stay exactly the same. I don't think it goes up. I think it stays exactly the same. The economy added 147,000 jobs in June, way more than economists expected. The Trump administration continued to criticize Fed chair this week for not lowering rates. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I'll tell you this. I don't see a July rate cut coming. Sorry to tell you. Sorry to break it to you. TikTok seller, thank you for the heart me and the community fest, and ABSXS writer, thank you for the heart me as well. All right. So yeah, no rate cuts. Sorry to break it to you. Why the Fed may cut rates earlier than expected. All right. Everyone reads the headlines. They don't read the freaking news, okay? You read a little further. Federal rate cuts Federal Reserve may cut its policy rate in September, according to Goldman Sachs research economists, 3 months earlier than they had previously forecast. Goldman Sachs research shifted its forecast for rate cuts because very early evidence suggests the effects of this year tariff policies are a bit smaller than expected. Other deflationary forces have been stronger. Fed relationships may also share our economists' view that tariffs will only have a one-time effect on price levels. In addition, there are signs that the job market could be softening. While the labor market still looks healthy, it has become hard to find a job. Residual seasonality in the data and changes to immigration policies also pose downside risks to payroll figures in the near term. Hey, Web3 Glossary, how you doing? Hey, Web3, send me a DM. I want to have you on the show. Nico, how you doing? So Mercer estimates that the odds of a Fed rate cut in September are somewhat above 50%. Okay, September. If you read this, you'd think they're coming in July, but no, September. Maybe. If we get some hard trade deals signed, I think we could see them in September. And that would be in line with having an alt season. That would potentially cause a nice pump. And then that'll be the end of the cycle, baby. So I'm not going to read any more of this, but they're saying about a 50% chance that we get a rate cut in September. I think that may, if we don't get any good news as far as, tariff deals, I don't think the rate cuts are coming. We may not get a rate cut at all this year if we don't get any deals signed. Web3, thank you for the heart me. And Nico, thank you for the heart me. Gamery says it's absolutely not happening. I kind of agree with that sentiment. I think it stays stagnant. That stagflation, that is not good for the markets. If we go in, I would say that we're already kind of in stagflation. Okay, that is bad. That is bad. XLM is decent. I like XLM. I own XLM. Web3, thank you for the 10 TikToks and the 4 finger hearts. Appreciate you. Revolution says no rate cuts, not in the climate we are in. Unemployment is about to get bad. If unemployment gets bad, we will get rate cuts. Okay? That's why I'm leaning towards maybe September-ish. Real estate is crashing, yes. I know, and it's going to get worse. I think next year we're going to see a really bad economy. Right now, it's still kind of in the air. I think things are going to get really bad next year. I really do, and it's going to be bad. And I'll tell you what, everything is going to be on sale. You're going to be able to pick up all these things that you're FOMOing on right now. You're going to be able to get them at a premium discount, okay? So just hold on and wait and start stacking your chips. Hold on to some of that USDC. Collect that APY. Get the, and grow that side bag. Obviously, hold a little moon bag or whatever, but I'm kind of sidelined right now. I'm a little sidelined still. I don't think it's over. We're not out of the woods yet. All right, let's take a listen to this here. So, Trump administration teases more trade deals, but shifting tariff deadlines raises new questions. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said Trump administration will make several trade announcements in the next 48 hours. Be watching the charts and the news over the next 48 hours, because if there is a deal that comes out, even if it's not signed, it's something fake, it's going to cause a pump. And I think they're going to try to pump something as hard as they can, because once the tariff deadline hits on the 9th and 50% tariffs start flying in across the board, it's probably going to dip. Okay? I think we got one more last little push up over the next couple days, and then it could be it. And then we get a nice hard drop for a good entry point for crypto week. All right? That's why they're pushing all this, and it'll be great. It'll be great. We'll be able to catch something, and it could progressively rise from there, especially if people think that we're going to be getting rate cuts. We're getting close. I'm getting close to being ready to buy in, but I'm still sidelined, along with trillions of dollars that are sidelined from the market right now. Trillions. Once that money unsidelines, you're going to know it's on like Donkey Kong, okay? But right now, we're still sidelined. And let me tell you, when I'm ready to get in, you're going to know that those trillions of dollars are ready to get in too. Revolution, thank you for the Cheers Club. I watched someone's live that said it will be Trump against Obama. What? Giddy Marie. What? Are you talking about like for a presidential race? Revolution, can we get a fact check on that? Trump against Obama in 2028. What? Who? Michelle Obama? Maybe Michelle. That's possible. But I'm not buying it. Barack? No. Revolution, let me know when you're ready. All right, here we go. Revolution's coming in. Go ahead.
Revolution, let me know when you're ready.
Okay, so I actually know what she's talking about. Trump already made merchandise that he will be president again in 2028. He has been selling that merchandise, saying that he will be there for a third term. And the speculation people are saying, well, if he can have a third term, then so can Obama. And so that is what that conversation is, because Trump obviously he can't be president in a third term. He's just making as much money as he can before he leaves, which again, everybody, he's a businessman. That's what businessmen do. But yeah, that's the debate, and it's actually quite funny because people really believe that's a possibility one way or the other.
Revolution, can we get a fact check on this? But I believe that it's consecutive terms. So because Trump didn't run consecutively and Biden won, that he is eligible to run again. Can you fact check that? But I believe that is the case. So Obama can't run because he ran 2 consecutive terms. And I believe the Constitution states that it's for consecutive terms. So he may be able to run again. They both can't. Can you double check that in the Constitution where it says, and read it to us? 2 terms in total. That's what I thought. But there may be a 2-term limit. Okay. So it doesn't have to be that they're consecutive. Okay. Thank you, Revolution. I literally have a copy of the Constitution. I do too. I have the Constitution, Bill of Rights. And yeah, I think that's just all nonsense. Okay, nonsense. Don't believe everything you see on the internet. All right, let's give this a little watch here. See. Del Taco's not getting a free ad from me. It looked like Andrew Tate. Yeah, everything has to be according to the Constitution. They can't just willy-nilly change the rules. They can amend the Constitution, but I believe that takes a convention of states.
On tariffs and the recently passed budget bill and more. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. Mr. Secretary, thanks for joining us. I don't know how much you could necessarily hear of our last conversation. We definitely want to talk trade, tariffs, and all of the above, but let's keep the discussion going about the big, beautiful bill, deficit concerns, debt concerns. You have made the argument in the past that this will address the deficit, and you see deficits in future years coming down from whatever it is, 6% of GDP. How do you argue that that's going to happen? Tell us again.
Well, good morning, Joe. And look, we inherited a mess, and I'm not sure where all these deficit hawks were when the Team Biden was blowing out the deficit. So last year was 6.7% of GDP, which was the highest it had been when we weren't in a recession, weren't at war. And as your previous guest said, we don't have a tax collection problem. We have a spending problem, and we are trying to get that under control. We are also trying to accelerate growth because changing the growth trajectory upward solves a lot of the deficit problems.
Mr. Secretary, I asked the question that not all deficit spending is equal. I don't think. And would you argue that if a deficit resulted from lower tax rates or from extending the tax cuts, whatever you want to call it, if it can cause some growth, is that superior to the deficit, or is it less deleterious than the deficit you get just from Green New Deals or IRAs or whatever you're talking about, the government, just transfer payments and the like?
Well, Joe, you're exactly right. Does the spending create more growth, and is the GDP growing faster than the deficit? One of the things that I agreed with Secretary Yellen on, the important number is the debt to GDP, and we intend to bring that down. We also intend we've cut spending. On the IRA, there's substantial pullbacks. A lot of those were uneconomical, stranded assets. And the Trump economic agenda, as I've said many times, it's a three-legged stool. It's trade, it's tax, and it's deregulation. So, I also believe that the substantial amount of deregulation that we're doing is going to accelerate economic growth. And the important thing, too, is we're going to have economic growth in a non-inflationary manner, unlike we saw in the previous 4 years.
Okay, let's move on to trade. And it's amazing how quickly things move. I know yesterday you said by Wednesday we might have a couple of more deals to announce. I know it's Monday, it's not even 9 o'clock yet. Can you give us any idea whether that's likely? Is India, is that in the mix? Can you break any news for us here that something's going to happen in the next 48 hours?
Yeah, we are going to have several announcements in the next 48 hours. And, Joe, I think what President Trump is concerned about is the quality of the deals, not the quantity. As you could imagine, as he started herding the cats and trying to get everyone across the finish line, when he said that
they're eating the cats,
that countries could boomerang back to their April 2nd reciprocal tariff levels, we've had a lot of people change their tune in terms of negotiations. So my mailbox was full last night with a lot of new offers, a lot of new proposals. So it's going to be a busy couple of days. But importantly, too, that President Trump has said that the countries would not go back to the reciprocal rate until August 1st.
All right. Do you catch that? August 1st is now supposedly the new deadline. People in Ohio were fighting each other over just because Trump brought up Springfield, Ohio. How long are they going to prolong that these deals are on the table when there are no deals on the table. I know, right? This whole 48-hour thing, we're going to have to watch. Maybe we'll see something, but it'll just be some news that is buy the rumor, sell the news, you know. So there's a rumor. We're being grifted. Welcome to politics. Yep. I want to read what Neo said earlier. Neo says Elon is starting a third party, the American Party. I'm about that. I'm about the Elon party, man. Dude is on fire. It says they keep playing with it on purpose. I think you're right. Is it actually good? I mean, I want to believe that it's good, but does it split up the parties? Yes, but I think it's needed. I think we need a third party, and I think people need to understand that doing this two-party system is a problem. All right, so Treasury Secretary, we just taught, this is a report on what we just watched. So the Treasury Secretary says countries without trade deals will see tariffs boomerang to April rates by August 1st. So the new date is August 1st. So steep tariff rates are set to go back into effect after the 90-day pause, April 2nd, rates that wrecked the stock market. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said on Sunday that the U.S. will revert to the steep country-by-country tariff rates at the beginning of August, weeks after the tariff rate pause is set to expire. President Trump is going to be sending letters to some of the trading partners saying that if you don't move things along, then on August 1st, you will boomerang back to your April 2nd tariff level. Bessent said in an interview on CNN we just watched. So I think we're going to see lots of deals very quickly. President Donald Trump had originally set the 90-day deadline to expire Wednesday for countries to renegotiate the eye-watering tariff level, he said out in his April 2nd Liberation Day speech. He paused those rates a week later, setting them for a new 90-day deadline to renegotiate them. The deadline was set to expire Wednesday. There is basically a new deadline prompting Bessent to push back. It's not a new deadline. We're saying this when it's happening, Bessent said. If you want to speed things up, have at it. If you want to go back to old rate, that's your choice. So on Friday, referring to an August 1st deadline, raising questions about whether the July 9th deadline still stands, the White House spokesperson did not provide a comment when asked to clarify whether the April 2nd tariff rate would resume July 9th or August 1st. So we don't know, man. I'm so sick of them. They're playing with us, and they're doing it on purpose. Crypto Rap, what's up, brother? Thank you, brother. Appreciate having you. Crypto Rap's awesome. Give him a follow. Cool guy. I mean, follow him. Why not? Why not follow him? You know what I'm saying? I'm still holding Why Not, by the way. I have not sold. I'm never going to sell. I don't even look at it, dude. It just sits there. There it is. Do what you please with it. Where are you at right now, Crypto Rap? Are you in New York? Crypto Cali, thank you for the heart me. Joe, thank you for the heart me. Revolution, thank you for the club cheers. Times 15. Crypto Rap's a cool guy, man. I like him. He's got some good energy. All right. Oh, this is in the wrong section. Trump announces new tariffs of up to 40% on growing number of countries. President Donald Trump cranked up the pressure on Monday on America's trading partners, firing off letters to heads of several countries informing them of their new tariff rate. But at the same time, Trump took some of the edge off by signing an executive action Monday to extend the date for all reciprocal tariffs with the exemption of China to August 1st. Okay, so here's the thing is, they have to make a deal by the 9th, but the tariffs don't go into play until the 1st. Okay? And they're buying them a couple of weeks here, but we're going to have to see what happens with this one. Trump said those reciprocal tariffs were expected to go into, or no, Trump didn't say this. Were expected to go into effect Wednesday. In some cases, the letters Trump sent specify new reciprocal tariff rates higher to April levels. Japan Prime Minister and South Korea President were the first recipients of Trump's letters. Yeah, I think you're right, Revolution. They will extend it out and they'll say, oh, yeah, we got an amazing deal. And then no deal will get signed. And it'll pump the market because people believe in the moon cheese. And it's a way of keeping the market from crashing. Trump can't look bad. He can't have that. He can't have the markets crash on his watch. Oh, no. No. All right, let's see here. So, we do our trading, right, with the moon cycle, right? We watch it. It's something that does it have full validity? No, but there's actually an indicator on TradingView that indicates the moon cycle. There's an actual indicator for it. That's how legitimate this is, okay? Chillwell, thank you for the heart me and the 3 popular votes. Okay? The fact that there's an indicator for moon cycles is crazy. I didn't even know. I don't use indicators, but it exists. So, here's the thing. Let me zoom in here. Full moon on July 2025. See the buck moon rise more where you are. Buck moon. Okay? What do bulls do? What do bulls do? They buck, right? A bucking bull. Interesting. Interesting concept that this is the full moon that we're about to get is called the buck moon. The buck moon rise. So the full buck moon is the first full moon of summer in the northern hemisphere. Will be on Thursday, July 10th. So it's the day after the whole tariff thing. This is what I'm thinking. Tariffs are supposed to go into place on the 9th, and none of them will happen, and they'll say it's a pause or whatever they're going to do. This could be very bullish. If we're looking at this, I think we're going to get a push from this, and they're doing the whole crypto week thing. So I don't know. This is one of those things where, so normally when the full moon comes, it would indicate downward movement after, right? So it'll top and then it'll start to move back down. And I think that's what happens. I really do. But also, look, it's a blood moon. It's red. So, do bears buck? I don't know. But maybe we get a nice pump from this one. It's on the 10th, so if maybe they come out with a narrative that, oh, they're not doing the tariffs, right? Because they're doing it in August instead of the 9th. Maybe we do pump. Maybe we do pump. But I think after this, so the 11th, it would be down. And then maybe we get a pump from Crypto Week that they're supposed to be doing. It is hard to tell, man. For every negative narrative, they're putting out a positive narrative at the same time, and it's just so confusing right now. And the reason I think that that's a problem is it's basically keeping everything flatlined. This is a big problem. And here's another thing that's weird. Check this out. Earth is going to spin much faster over the next few months, so fast that several days are going to get shorter. Differences in the gravitational pull between Earth and the Moon will make July 9th through July 2nd and August 5th unusually short. Interesting. So if the moon cycle says that we pump until the 10th, Acido says SXT, baby. Yeah, space and time. Space and time is going to move with the moon cycle. I like space and time. I think we're just way too early on this stuff, right? This might be one you got to hold on to. We'll T8 it in a minute. I think it's finally found its new bottom, though. But I got a limit order in for 5 cents. Actually, it's 5.5. Yeah, accumulate that thing. That's where I'm at, dude. I'm accumulating. I'm assuming it's going to take off next cycle. If it takes off because we get an alt season, great. But long-term holding this one. So basically, there's going to be a few days that are shorter than others. But this is, in line with the moon cycle because it's the moon that's making this happen. The moon is going to be much closer to us than we're used to. Okay, so think about that. If the moon is closer, right, so that trip to the moon is going to be less distance, right? So I'm thinking blood moon, less distance, shorter days coming following this. This is an indication, I think, of downward movement, in my opinion. I think we pump until the 9th, maybe the 10th. And remember, blood moons are red on the day of the full moon. So I think 8th, 9th, we get a pump, and then that's it. Something to keep in mind. I'm thinking about doing the live so it's easier to get a moonshot. No, what I'm saying is the distance to the moon is not as far. So the moonshot will be smaller, right? It'll be less of an upward movement. Our last moon cycle was on XRP in particular, was from 211 to 260. 66, 65. So this next moonshot would be from 190 probably to 247. Probably not even that. Probably 235, 236. July 14th, and we all retire, bro. Didn't you hear? Yeah, that's when they flip the switch, right? ISO goes into place, right? They're supposed to flip the switch. ISO is implemented, but nothing's going to be changing with the banks, just the way they talk. Fed now is the new narrative. George, come up here, bro. George, come on as a co-host. I can't have you as a guest right now. Let's talk about it, man. I want to hear what you got to say. Please, I would love to have you on. Let's talk about it. Oh, you're in bed. All right, all right. Tell me more, man. I need to know more. Are you being facetious, or are you really on something right now? I know that the Fed Now thing is the government digital money, right? That's like the Federal Reserve version or whatever. The U.S. digital. So I've heard a little bit about it. It's not really crypto though, is it? It's something different. Jesse, can we get a fact check on Fed Now and how it's being implemented? It looks like July 14th. That's when ISO goes into effect. Can you look into Fed Now and see what you can find? No, some chick was yesterday. We were feeding the narrative last night with 400 views. No way. That's awesome. That's awesome. Yes, Fed Now. Look into that. So that's the moon cheese, huh? Is the ISO with the Fed Now, huh? That's hilarious. Man, I'm bummed I missed that. That sounds like it would have been an awesome show to watch. And don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. But I did see some stud a few now, but it was a commercial. Really? That's interesting. I have heard about the Fed Now thing. I'm not quite sure exactly what is going on with that, but I do know it's something. But I don't think it's going to be beneficial to crypto, in my opinion. Jesse, let me know when you got that information about the Fed Now thing. TikTok seller, thank you for the 4 roses. Let's get some gifts flying in here, guys. And if you can't give, remember, always just hit the like button. Okay, I will mic you right now. Go ahead.
Did you mic me in? Because I can't tell.
Yes, you're mic'd in.
Okay, so FedNow service, the Federal Reserve's instant payment system, has experienced growing adoption and momentum. It started in 2024. Over 1,000 financial institutions across all 50 states have joined the network. With a focus on small and mid-sized institutions, the service enables financial institutions to offer instant payment solutions to their customers with features like immediate fund availability and enhanced flexibility for time-sensitive transaction, growing participation. Lots of participating financial institutions continues to increase with mix of large and small banks, credit unions, and so much. The FedNow service is expanding its capabilities, including a doubling of the transaction limit from 500,000 to 1 million, and new features like the ability to designate specific customer segments for instant payments, uh, industry collaborations. FedNow and new user groups are fostering collaborations among participating institutions and service providers, according to the Federal Reserve Bank services. Diverse use cases. I'm assuming this is what it is. Financial institutions are exploring various use cases for the FedNow service, including off-cycle payroll, earned wage access, digital wallet funding, and real estate transactions. FedNow service has been recognized for its innovative approach to instant payments, receiving awards from central banking in the payment and market infrastructure development category, which is never good, but that's what it means.
All right, you got some background noise there, by the way. So Jesse, if you don't follow Revolution Starts Now, make sure you send her a follow. She is going to be taking over the show on Wednesdays and Saturdays. She's doing her own show. Jesse, tell us a little bit about your show and what you're going to be doing. And everyone, make sure you give her a follow. So go ahead, Jesse. Tell us what you're doing. You got a lot of background noise though, so if you could kill the background noise, I'll mic you up.
Is more about mental health and, of course, news and facts related to it. And especially right now, so many people are going through such a tough time, including myself. So I wanted to have a platform and a safe space for people to just say what they need to say, even if they don't want the people around them to hear it. Or I know for me, I just need to say it and it makes me feel better and talk about different mental health issues that people are going through.
And tell us about your mental health background and your degree. And you there? I guess we lost her.
I can't hear you if you're talking.
Oh yeah. So what's your degree, your background?
My degree is in psychology, with an emphasis on trauma because of my own, the way I grew up. So this is something I've studied a long time. I used to be a counselor in a school, and used to be a advocate for children, which is what's my focus always has been. So I just want to help people, but not in a crypto way, but in a mental health way.
Awesome. Thank you for that. Uh, so everyone give Revolution Starts Now a follow. I will not be going live on Wednesdays anymore. Jessie will be going live and doing her live on Wednesdays and Saturdays, and then I'll be teaching the TA class on Sundays. So it's going to be 2 shows, and it's going to be 7 days a week. So you're going to be able to find something to watch from us for every day of the week. So we're expanding. That's some of the things that we've been working on over this last week. We took some time off, and we're happy to have you. I believe Jessie is licensed. She worked at a school. I believe you have to be licensed to do that. But her show's going to be more about just talking. It's not actually going to be therapy. I don't know. Talk to her about that. That's her deal. But make sure you go. So yeah, she's licensed in California. So make sure you send Revolution a follow right there in the chat. That's Jessie, our fact checker. So we are going to be having lives 7 days a week now. So make sure everybody give Jessie a follow. If you haven't followed her yet, now would be the time to do so. All right, let's get into the news. So first, this is from the Jerusalem Post. First Red Sea naval attack in months raises alarm. The attack on the ship comes as Iranian-backed militias in Iraq are also suspected of numerous drone and missile attacks over the past 2 weeks. An attack on a vessel in the Red Sea was reported on Sunday, which was the first attack in 3 months. The Iranian-backed Houthis had carried out dozens of attacks on ships between November 2023 and at least February 2024. They had ended some of their attacks due to a ceasefire in Gaza, and previously they had said they would continue attacks to support Gaza. They claimed to be targeting ships linked to Israel, but they are also targeting cargo ships linked to the Western companies. The U.S. launched airstrikes on Houthis in mid-March. The airstrikes ended in April with some kind of deal, and Houthis appears to stop attacks on ships. It was not clear if Houthis would choose to change course after the 12-day conflict between Israel and Iran. In addition, the U.S. bombed Iran. Sunday's report said that the maritime security group UKMTO had received a report of an incident 51 nautical miles southwest of Hodeidah, the key port in Yemen. So the whole Iran-Israel thing, it ain't over. That's the main thing to take from this. It's not over. There's a lot going on, and this more pertains to what's going on in Gaza. And I think the Iran-Israel thing kind of took some focus off of what was going on in Gaza. Jesse, if you can hear me, could you come give me a refill on my water? I'm parched, and I drank my whole cup of water. If you could help me out with that. Giddy Marie says, wait, in Idaho, there are miles-long cracks happening, and they're over 100 feet deep, and no one is talking about it. Yes, I've seen that. That's actually been happening for a while now. It's kind of old news. I mean, that's kind of normal, though, Guinea Marie. The tectonic plates shifting, okay? It's normal. Let's not freak out about normal stuff. Censored by TikTok, thank you for the 10 goats. Marco, thank you for the 5 community fest. Marco, thank you for the 10 goats. The 5 tiny dinos. The 5 lightning bolts. And the 3 friendship necklaces. TikTok seller, thank you for the 4 roses. Appreciate you guys. You guys are amazing. Let's see if we can get this monkey here. Can we get the backing monkey? And we're at 59K likes. Let's get up to 100K. All right? I'm helping you guys with the likes. All right? I got the like machine on here. Look at it go. I'm helping you out. So make sure you guys keep hitting the like button. It doesn't work if I'm the only one liking the live, though. Everyone has to be doing it together. So make sure you're still hitting the like button. Why is it so hot in there? What do you mean? In this room? I have the air conditioner turned down for audio purposes. Yeah, viewership is way down. I think part of the viewership being down is because I took a bit of a break. So I think that's part of it. It happens. We'll get back to it. Yeah, the holiday too. That's part of it. Everyone's kind of you know. Trump hopes to align with Netanyahu on Gaza war endgame during visit. President Trump wants to reach an agreement with Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in the meeting on Monday on terms of ending the war in Gaza, 2 U.S. officials tell Axios. Why it matters, Trump is trying to seize the momentum of the Israel-Iran ceasefire to secure a breakthrough in Gaza this week. After 4 months of failed talks, there have been fresh momentum in recent days towards a ceasefire deal. So we'll see what happens with this. And then here's this. Iran's president says they're open to dialogue with the U.S. after Israel war. Israel attacked Iran just days after Tehran and Washington were met with a new round of nuclear talks. The Iranian president, Mossad Pezeshkian has said he believes Tehran can resolve its differences with the United States through dialogue, but trust would be an issue after the U.S.-Israel attack in his country. I am of the belief that they could very much easily resolve our differences and conflicts with the United States through dialogue and talks. Pezeshkian told the U.S. right-wing podcaster Tucker Carlson in an interview conducted on Saturday and released on Monday. Iran demands accountability for Israel and the U.S. war and aggression. Israel forces kill 82 in Gaza. Trump says ceasefire could happen this week. Yemen's Houthis claim to have sunk a ship and exchanged tax with Israel. Revolution says, why are we still funding this war? What happened to him and peace? I feel you. It's all political BS. This world will never see peace. I don't, yeah. Let me tell you something. We're going through a global economic shift. And if you know anything about history, history will tell you anytime there's a global economic shift, it breaks out in war. This happens all the time. Yeah, Revolution, I know he campaigned on it, but just because he campaigned on it doesn't mean he's going to do it. Politicians lie all the time. A spiritual shift too, my friend. I agree with that. Something is changing. I feel the winds of change, the shift for sure. Updates. Israeli unalives more than 60 in Gaza as Houthis attacks ships. Let's watch this little video here.
He's had more influence on American politics than many American politicians. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has been a frequent visitor to the Oval Office over the last almost 30 years. He was the first foreign leader to visit Donald Trump after his latest election win, cementing Israel's needs at the heart of U.S. foreign policy. But from Clinton to Trump, the relationship between Netanyahu and U.S. presidents has never run smoothly.
He is aware that most Americans generally are committed to the existence of the State of Israel. They may, of course, have very different positions about what exactly that means, but in general, it's been considered a key part of American foreign policy.
Bill Clinton was so taken aback by Netanyahu's attitude, he was moved to profanity to describe him to aides. His most contentious relationship with Barack Obama, famously lecturing a clearly angered U.S. president who wanted movement on a two-state solution.
I think it's time to tell the Palestinians forthrightly, it's not going to happen.
He is not willing, he does not recognize the Palestinians as a people deserving of a state. He believes that Israel is the representative of all the Jewish people, even though American Jews and many Jews in many other countries would appear to disagree.
Netanyahu has often been accused by opponents of damaging Israel's relationship with the United States. But while he may frustrate and anger U.S. presidents, he rarely fails to get what he wants. He'd known Biden for years, and though Netanyahu welcomed him to Israel after the October 7th attacks, he refused to consider American demands for a limited war on Gaza.
Biden sort of said the right things in terms of stopping the starvation, stopping the bombing of civilians in Gaza, but was not willing to really exert pressure by conditioning the U.S. military aid or arms sales because he feared the consequences on the right.
A right-wing bloc of pro-Israeli conservatives and evangelical Christians, a voting bloc few presidents will ignore, far less offend, but perhaps not a concern for Donald Trump.
Trump can squeeze the Israeli government without suffering political consequences because there's nobody to the right to whom the Israeli government can turn. They are stuck with him.
Trump has already expressed his frustration with Netanyahu in graphic terms.
They don't know what the they're doing.
But Netanyahu calculates no matter how he behaves, Israel won't lose its chief arms supplier and its main diplomatic shield, no matter who the president is. Alan Fisher, Al Jazeera, Washington.
All right. So this stuff's still going on, guys. It's still going on. everyone thinks it's over, ceasefire, all the wars are over. It's not. But that makes sense because they don't want the markets to tank. But the fact of the matter is nothing's over. And it's crazy to me that people just, they believe the fake news. And that's why I'm like, okay, like moon cheese. Moon cheese is a real thing. Did they find the uranium? No, they did not. They did not find the uranium. Censored by TikTok, thank you for the backing, Monkey. And TikTok seller, thank you for the 3 roses. Revolution, thank you for the 10 popular votes. And Daniel, thank you for the heart me. And Censored by TikTok, thank you for the 10 goats. Appreciate you. We did see that they supposedly moved all the uranium somewhere. We saw the trucks. So check this out, okay?
And the war between Israel and back to our breaking news in the Middle East and the war between Israel and Iran. This is a live look in Jerusalem right now. Iran's foreign minister saying late tonight there is no agreement on a ceasefire with Israel, refuting President Trump's announcement earlier this evening that both Israel and Iran agreed to a, quote, complete and total ceasefire. Back to our breaking news in the Middle East.
So there's no ceasefire. Never was. There never was a ceasefire. FBI and DOJ memo claims there is no Jeffrey Epstein client list at all. Has anything Orange said true? I mean, minorly. Yeah. He did say he was going to deport a bunch of children and nonsense like that. So, yeah. There are some things that he hasn't lied about. So let's check this out.
And the FBI handed over a couple hundred pages of documents. But, you know, Sean, I gave them a deadline of Friday at 8 a.m. to get us everything. And a source had told me where the documents were being kept. Southern District of New York, shock. So we got them all by, hopefully all of them, Friday at 8 a.m. Thousands of pages of documents. I have the FBI going through them, and Cash is also, now that we have Cash here, it's a game changer, of course, and Cash is going to, Director Patel, is going to get us a detailed report as to why the FBI withheld all of those documents.
Okay, I want to be clear because I think people got frustrated because they were expecting more. You were expecting more, and you didn't find out less than 24 hours before the release. You got a whistleblower that confirmed that there were way more documents that they were supposed to turn over, and then you found out just before that.
Well, sure, and you're looking at these documents going, these aren't all the Epstein files. You know, there were flight logs, there were names and victims' names, and we're going, where's the rest of the stuff? And that's what the FBI had turned over to us. And so a source said, whoa, all this evidence is sitting in the Southern District of New York. Yep. So based on that, I gave them the deadline, Friday at 8, a truckload of evidence arrived. It's now in the possession of the FBI. Cash is going to get me and himself, really, a detailed report as to why all these documents and evidence had been withheld. And, you know, we're going to go through it as fast as we can, but go through it very cautiously to protect all the victims of Epstein, because there are a lot of victims.
Well, you had identified in phase one over 254.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, is that the only thing that would be redacted? Will everything else be made public that you get in your possession?
Yeah, the FBI hasn't had, obviously, they haven't looked at the thousands of pages of documents that they've just received Friday. Yeah. But Cash has a team going through them, and it's always about protecting the victim. But you know what? We believe in transparency, and America has the right to know. The Biden administration sat on these documents. No one did anything with them. And why were they sitting in the Southern District of New York? I want a full report on that. You know, sadly, these people don't believe in transparency. But I think more, unfortunately, I think a lot of them don't believe in honesty. And it's a new day. It's a new administration. And everything's going to come out to the public. The public has a right to know. Americans have a right to know.
And that goes the same with the JFK files,
JFK,
RFK files,
Martin
MLK.
Luther King. Yep, absolutely.
What are the things that, and maybe some people don't understand the need to redact. In the case of a victim, that should be pretty obvious to people. What are the other things that maybe you would have to redact?
Well,
national security?
No, of course, national security, some grand jury information, which is always going to be confidential. But we'll see. Let's look through them as fast as we can, get it out to the American people, because the American people have a right to know, not only on that, but on Kennedy, on Martin Luther King, on all of these cases that the Biden administration has just sat on for all these years. So yeah, it's really. It's not sad. It's infuriating that these people thought that they could sit on this information, but they can't. It's a new day, and we believe in transparency, and it's going to come out. And when we redact things, Sean, what we're going to do is not just pull pages out like they used to do. If something's redacted, you will know the line, and you will know why it's redacted, like a victim's name, identifying information of a victim.
It's so funny to me. They posted that, right? And they had all this information, and now all of a sudden, oh, they don't have a list. Not only did Jeffrey Epstein take his own life, but his infamous client list does not exist. The FBI and the Department of Justice have declared in a bombshell review the list, which has been the subject of speculation since the disgraced financier died in 2019, was said to include detailed records of his activities with high-profile individuals, including flight logs to his private island. The new information, released in a 2-page memo and first published by Axios, contradicts theories floating in right-wing circles surrounding the nature of Epstein's death and the apparent government deep state plot behind it. Prominent government deep state plot, prominent conservative figures have reportedly called for the Trump administration to release the files in full. Trump's Attorney General Pam Bondi revealed in February she had been given Epstein's client list from the FBI, which she's preparing to investigate and release on the grounds of transparency. Nothing Americans have the right to know. Yet, according to the memo obtained by Axios, investigators found no incriminating client list among with the no credible evidence that Epstein's blackmailed prominent individuals. It is said there is no evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties. It says investigators have viewed the video from the Manhattan prison, and that supports a medical examiner's findings of the 66-year-old took his own life. The memo also adds, I thought they lost the footage. Didn't they say they lost the footage and that it was erased and didn't exist? Now all of a sudden, oh, there is no client list and we totally have the footage of it happening. This does not add up. Harumph, I say, harumph. They're hiding something, and I do not trust Trump or Kash Patel now. They lie so much they can't even keep their lies straight. I know, right? This is ridiculous. Okay? This is ridiculous. And if you believe that this is true, I got a bridge to sell you. I got some moon cheese that you would be interested in having with your wine. All right? This is nonsense. And people just believe it. I believe that there is a client list. I believe there is flight logs. I believe all the information is very incriminating. But they can't have Trump going down for this. And we all know what Elon Musk said about Trump being in this stuff, and now all of a sudden that it's come out that he was in it. There's nothing. Oh, we found absolutely nothing here. And you know what? I would go to say shame on Elon Musk. Okay? Because I bet you we would have got this information and it wouldn't have been suppressed if he hadn't done that. And I get whatever, he did what he did, but now no one gets brought to justice. I agree with you, Guinea Marie. The pictures were probably proof enough, but it's not incriminating enough. But what I'm saying is if Elon had not thrown Trump under the bus, maybe some of these criminals could have been brought to justice. Go ahead, Jesse. You're mic'd.
Okay, so first of all, I saw Clinton and Trump, and I'm 100% they have been connected to the flight logs. Those two for sure. But when she said national security, anybody that is protected by the Secret Service or by high military officials are completely protected. Their names are not allowed to be released. So even if his name or Bill Clinton or whoever is on that list is still being protected by Secret Service, that is a national security issue. And if you need information about Trump's history with Epstein, there is a horrific deposition that you can find of him being accused by a frightened young girl who just disappeared off the map one day. And that is, you can find that online in legal documents. So, but just to be clear, I believe Bill Clinton and Trump are on that list 100%. They're one Democrat, one. You think it's just pedophiles are pedophiles? That's across the board. That there is no right wing, left wing. Can be anybody. But this national security coming after the president would be national security, and it would never get released. Just saying.
Yeah, and think about it. Like, most of these people are high-profile individuals. It's national security that all of them are not incriminated. It could tank the markets. It could do a lot of different things, right? So that's why all of a sudden there's nothing. Nothing to see here, guys. Everyone just forget about it. Everyone just forget about it. Nate says Trump's not on the list. Evidently, there is no list now. But before they were saying that the list existed and that they had it in their hands, now all of a sudden there is no list. Maybe Trump's on it, maybe Trump's not. But I'll tell you what, Elon said he was. And yeah, he's on the flight logs. Exactly. But here's the thing is, there was this information. It did exist. And now, because they don't want to incriminate Trump, all of a sudden it's just gone. All of a sudden there is nothing, when they said they had everything and they were going to release it and go over it. Now there's nothing. And they said they had the footage from Epstein unaliving himself was erased and didn't exist, and then all of a sudden now they're saying, oh yeah, we saw it, he did it. Why can't we see the video? If that's true, let's see it. They're not showing us anything. They're keeping it all from us. They're suppressing all of it. I don't understand the denial over the kind of person Trump is. It's like you admit if you had. Yeah, it's all way too convenient. I agree. It's too convenient that they People literally said they had the information and they were reviewing it, and then now all of a sudden there is no information. This is not good. These criminals, these disgusting people are going to get away with it. And that's why we're going to do donations for the human trafficking. We're going to be having that this month. I have to do a little bit of research on that. Revolution, if you could look into where we can send money that's going to help with human trafficking of children. I believe it's like the Tim Ballard Foundation or something like that. We want to do a donation run for that cause. We want to find something that is the money's actually going to go to the people. So we're gonna dig into it, and we're gonna find the best place that we can give these donations to that are actually going to do something positive. Joe, thank you for the 10 club cheers. Appreciate you. Oh, I have a few we can donate to. So many babies gone in horrendous things. Yeah. So I want to do something to help children this month. So we'll come up with it in shortly. So if you want to send donations, let me know, and hold off on your donations until later on this month, because I want to give as much to this cause as we can. So I will let you know 50% of all those donations will go to that cause. And I want to help the community. I want to help people. I want to help children. Above all, children need the help. So that's going to be what we're going to be giving to this month. And we raised $75 last month for a cause. I want to break that number. I want to raise hundreds of dollars for this. This is children. So if you're interested in giving a donation, let me know, but hold off, because I want to make sure that all donations go to this fund. You know what? I actually, here, the entirety of this month, normally we do it for like a week or something like that. The entirety of all donations that come in this month, 50% of it will go towards helping children. You really need to research it. A lot of those organizations are a problem. Yes, they are a problem, and that's why we're going to find the best one. I believe the one that's connected to Tim Ballard is the best one, but we're going to make sure that the money goes to the right place. And so this month is going to be special. Any donation that comes in this month will go 50% of that will go towards helping children that are being trafficked. So if you want to give a donation, send me a DM if you're on TikTok, and I will I'll give you the Cash App, Venmo, PayPal. Those donations, we're going to do that through the entire month this time, because I care about children. I really do. I have children myself. Jesse has children, and we want to help these kids, man. We want to stop this Epstein stuff. The fact that they're saying that nothing's going on, this is egregious. Jesse says, yes, thank you. I've been using for this. Thank you. You've been waiting for this? Yeah, I've been waiting for it too. I've been wanting to do it, but I wanted to make sure that it goes to the right place. All right, technical analysis. Anybody have any projects they want me to take a look at? Let me know. STX, not SXT. All right. And then SUI. Got you, Nate. Give me just a second here. All right. Let's do SUI. Let me get rid of some of these. SUI. Okay, yeah. So SUI is I would say that this is a rising wedge. This is just like XRP. And that's bearish. So it should get another pump through the 14th. Looks like it'll pump till then. And then it should fall, and that would bring it down to about $254, $255, somewhere about there. So this one will pump up to, I say 318, 312 to 318. Oh, wait, hold on. It could go to 325. All right. I'm going to go with 325. This thing will probably hit 325 and then come down. But more conservatively, that would probably be a wick. I think more conservatively, 323. I think that's probably the more accurate number. 318 to 323. And then back down to 255, 254. That's what I said, right? Yeah. Zebek, I got you. Oh, Zex's Cash? Yeah, I'll look at that one. All right. STX. STX. Stacks. So STX looks like a diamond top. This one's probably going to come down. But if everything pumps, it'll pump. Kind of looks like a diamond top. I'm not too sure if it is, though. Let me look in a lower time frame. It's kind of out of structure for the diamond top, but they're never perfect. Okay, here's what I see. It's going to pump. Inverted head and shoulders. So that should take it to about 80 cents. 78.5 to 80 cents on STX. And by the way, the red light's on because long term we're going to be moving down. But we have a move up first. I'm going to put the white light back on. We have a move up first and then it's going to be a downward movement, I believe. All right. What was the other one? Zexz's Cash. What's the ticker on that one? Oh, it's Zcash. ZEC. ZEC, right? So no bull run? Oh, we're in the bull run. This is the end of the bull run. What happened to bull run in November? Yeah, what I'm saying is right now it looks like things are going to move a little bit upward and then come down and then could potentially pump from August, September, October, November. But right now, things are looking bearish, but they're about to get one last move up before they dip down. I think we pump with the moon cycle till about the 10th to the 14th. The crypto week thing is going to cause a bit of FOMO pump, and then we should get a pullback from there and then take off. ZEC. Is this it right here? ZEC perpetual contract? I don't think that's the right one. Does this look like the right chart to you, Marco? Does that look right to you? Marco, is this the right one? Marco Polo. Marco's gone. We lost Marco. What happened to Marco? All right, that's it. All right. Let me see here. So mind you, there's not a lot of data here. So it's very hard to chart. But we go into a shorter time frame. I think it gets a pump up. There's no real pattern. I think it could get a pump up though, because everything looks short-term bullish over the next week or so. But long-term in the day, this is a head and shoulders, man. Got your shoulder here, shoulder here. It's a little out of structure. And I would say more or less this is pretty much a bear flag. Question is this... I'm going to call this a flat bottom. Okay, this is flat on the bottom here. Maybe this is more out here like that. But kind of looks like a bear flag to me. I'm going to go with this though. No, that don't seem right either. It's not showing anything yet. It could be that this is an inverted head and shoulders or a triple bottom that's forming. This is a descending channel, so it's going to get a pump here soon. And then, hard to say. It's too new. There's not enough data to really get it. But this descending channel is going to get a pump here. And that's over the next couple days. So, hard to say. Really hard to say with these new ones. There's just not enough data. Reckon we'll get a black swan event dump, maybe with tariffs, but I don't know. I don't think so. I think it is hard to say right now, because for every good news, there's bad news with it. It just seems like shit's over. I hate to say it, but and be like pessimistic. I want to believe that we're going to get an alt season. I want it to happen so bad. I want it. But we need trade deals. We need regulation. We need rate cuts. We need peace in the Middle East. You're asking for a lot, you know. Asking for a lot. All right. Anybody want something else? Even XRP. XRP, let's take a look at it here. Seems to be right at that line. If it breaks down, I'd say if it hits like 220, it'll probably get a bit of a pullback, and then boom, this thing's coming back down. I'd say 210 to 206. I'm thinking 206 on this one. Good night, Guinea Marie. All right. If no one has any more, then let's pull this up here. Don't forget, we have the new schedule. Move this. Let me move this. So we have a new schedule. So Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday from 5 to 9 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. So Wednesdays are going to be taken away because I'm doing the TA class. And then Jesse's going to be doing her show Wednesday and Saturday. So it's actually going to be 7 days of content coming in. And Jesse's show is going to be from 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. Make sure you give Jesse a follow, by the way. Everybody follow Revolution Starts Now. She's there in the chat. Click on her name, send her a follow, set your alerts, come watch the show. Her shows are actually quite amazing. She's a natural. All right, she is a natural for sure. Check out her show. And then don't forget, we have hoodies, we have t-shirts, we have mugs. Look, I got my mug right here. We have stickers. Get your merchandise. They're all on the Discord. There's the link on the Discord. And then you can click the link in my bio to join the Discord, and that's where you'll get all that information. That's also where we're having the technical analysis class. If you are interested in joining the technical analysis class, send me a DM. I will send you the recording of Sunday's class so that you can get up to speed of where we're at. And I'll be recording these. So if you come into the class late, I will give you access for that month, okay? And then when a new month comes along, it'll probably fall off because I'm not going to be sending out like 30 freaking videos. So I do have one spot open, And if you're like, if you've been a subscriber for a while and you want to get into the class, I may make room, but I'm not going to let it be full. We're not doing 10 people. I'll tell you that right now. No. I I want to keep it small. I want to keep it small. So if you're interested in the technical analysis classes, let me know. And then we have our special guest on Friday. We're having Brooke Odyssey. I think we're going to talk about the pod, living in the pod and eating the bugs. We're going to talk about some of that stuff. We're going to talk about XRP. I hope Brick can make me believe. I want to believe in XRP. I really do. I really, really do. Morning Star Inc. Is that a project? Chilwell? Let's see here. There was VeChain. Let's take a look at VeChain. Crypto Well. Was that a project you wanted me to look at? VeChain. It's on ETH. What's the ticker? Okay, so it looks like we got that ascending channel right here forming. Here's your channel. I think it pumps and then it falls down, and it could hit here at 0.018 to 0.017 and form a triple bottom, and that would be bullish as well. It's a bit of a double bottom, but it looks like we got this double bottom here, but it looks like we're probably going to end up triple bottoming on it. And I think all these ones that are showing a double bottom look like they're about to triple bottom. And if it does, that would take the price up to 0.04. I'm seeing 0.04 on this one. At the minimum, it could go higher. You know, it could do... I'm thinking 0.04, man. That's where I think. Maybe 0.041 or 0.42. No problem, Alan. All right, what's the ticker? Well, all right, do XRP. Well, what's that ticker? Let me just try typing it in. Morning Star Inc. You're going to have to give me the ticker on that one, Will. Morningstar. Ethereum Morningstar. Is this it right here? Does that look right to you? Oh man, that's gnarly looking. You giving me a hard one today, huh? Looks like it's kind of running sideways. I'll tell you, this is going to be strong resistance. If it does pump 3003, but it looks like it's probably going to dip down. Let me go into a shorter time frame here. Now, I would say this is a cup and handle, but it kind of is. It is still a cup and handle, but because it's a bearish drop into it, it's more likely to not fulfill. And look at even here, this thing's like unchartable, man. Descending channel, and then it dropped. Looks like it got a diamond bottom here. It pumped up, got a channel, and it's fallen past support now, which means it could potentially go. It could stop at 2,600, but I think it falls to like 2,500, and then maybe it recovers from there. This one's so volatile, man. Look, it got a double top, ran down. It could come down here and double bottom at like 23 and then shoot up from there to the moon. Yeah. I'll tell you though, this one's volatile, man. So like it's run down pretty far. If it doesn't fall below, I mean, it's got pretty good support here at 25. If it falls below 25, it's going lower. It's going to 2,000. But I think the next real strong line of support is like 17.5. I don't think it falls any lower than that. But I'll tell you what, if it hits 17.5, I would buy that thing. It'll probably shoot up again like it has in the past. There's some money to be made there for sure. All right. Holler wanted XRP. So XRP is this ascending wedge. And I would go as far as to say that XRP is still within structure of this inverted head and shoulders. Okay, let me redraw that. All right. I'd say it's still within structure. I think the conclusion is it's probably coming down. It's probably coming down to 21. 21, 22. I think it comes down to like 22. That's my conclusion. That's what I think. Or it stops at 23 and it double bottoms. But I mean, I'm not quite sure. I think it forms another bottom here and then shoots up. I think it got a double top here. And see how like this one's round and then this one's sharp. I think you got a round one here. You probably get a sharp one there. But I think it's coming down a little bit more. This one you're going to have to watch. Went to 47K. I know I've seen that. That's freaking ridiculous. Do I think it's going to do that again? I don't know. I don't know. I think that was early sentiment, man. Early sentiment. But it could, you know. I think you'd be lucky to get it past 14K, to be honest with you. But it could. it could see an all-time high. I don't know. That is beautiful, though. That'd be nice to see it go off. Yeah, there's not a lot of retail in it. Not a lot of sentiment behind it. You got to understand, Chillwell, the liquidity is more spread out than it's ever been. And yeah, hopefully you caught it in 2024. Yeah, so I think the pumps that are coming are going to be a bit lackluster. So 10K XRP is not happening tomorrow. I don't think 10K XRP is happening ever. Maybe in a few hundred years. But yeah, XRP I think is it's going to come up here just a little bit more. It could hit 35 and then come back down. And that would send it down to 190, maybe 180. And I'd say it could go as low as 160. But this head and shoulders is still in play. And look at, okay, this armpit is lower than the other one. That would indicate that it's going to fall and possibly even lower. It could hit 150. What's the utility on Morningstar? Jesse, can you pull up the utility on Morningstar, Ethereum Morningstar? Are you there? Look into that one for me. 81K likes. Let's go. Make sure you're all hitting that like button. Let's get to 100K. Let's get to 100K likes. We can do it. Chillwell, thank you for the 6 popular votes. Let's see what kind of gifts we can get in here. Can we get something substantial? Can we try to make some kind of money this live? How about a galaxy? Big Baller, thank you for the good night. Can we get a galaxy? Who's got me with a galaxy? Someone hook it up. Let me get the galaxy, the holy grail of TikTok gifts. I mean, I guess the lion or something else, but you know, galaxy, man. Hook me up. Jesse, let me know when you have that. I don't know if Jesse left already. Jesse, are you still here? Can you give me utility on Ethereum Morningstar? Let me know when you're ready, and I'll mic you in. We need the utility on Ethereum Morningstar. All right, miking you now.
Okay, so clearly it has to do with Ethereum. Fueling a future financial system for Ethereum programmable nature and decentralized applications. Turing complete and fully programmable nature allows developers to build and operate various decentralized applications such as smart contracts, DeFi, NFTs, DOAs, staking rewards. Ethereum utilizes proof of stake model to help validate transactions and receive rewards. So a reward system for Ethereum ETFs that have been approved by the SEC. Investment exposure. Morningstar's perspective, based on the provided information, highlights Ethereum's utility as a fundamental platform for decentralized technologies and its native token ETH as a crucial component powering those applications and offering potential investment opportunities through means like staking and ETFs.
All right, cool. Thank you. So, yeah, that's Morningstar Ethereum. Holler says, do you know where Mega is? I do. He's a busy man. I know he's working and doing other things. I believe you can. He's in his live and makes videos from time to time. But yeah, I do miss Mega myself. I wish he was around. But you know, let me tell you something. Being a creator is very stressful, especially in the technical analysis side. People are looking to you for their financial freedom. And I'll tell you, the stress is overwhelming. But if you're interested in price alerts for XRP, holler, become a deluxe subscriber, and I will do on-demand technical analysis for you. I'll help coach you. I post price point videos for XRP. Bullish Babe, thank you for the heart me and the hand hearts. Bullish Babe's coming on the show. I'm working on your flyer. This week is Brooke Odyssey is coming on the show. Everybody give Bullish Babe a follow. Great creator. Her show with Cosmic Crypto, Cosmically Bullish. Awesome show. I love it. It's my new favorite show. I can't miss it. I've been really busy, so I've been kind of missing it. I missed it today. But I will be there soon to troll you all. I will be there. Your favorite goat troll will be there, I promise. I appreciate you guys. What they're doing for the community is incredible. And you know what I love about Bullish Babe is she reads the charts like I do. I've never really seen any other creator that's doing the TA the way I do. She's pretty much the only one that I know of. So my stamp of approval, definitely get more than one opinion for sure. We troll because we care. Of course, Bullish Babe. Of course. Credit should be given where credit is due. She's still rolling with the crypto gangsters. Yeah. Cosmic Crypto and the Wolf Pack. She's with the Wolf Pack. I believe you teach TA with the Wolf Pack, right? Bullish Babe teaches the TA as well. I do have a couple spots open for my TA class, or we'll have one. But if somebody's been a subscriber for a while, I'll open it up to them. But I'm not doing very many. I do teach every morning at 8 a.m. in the Wolf Pack. 8 a.m. Eastern time, correct? I believe they're Eastern time. Yeah, make sure you give her a follow. Great creator. Love what you're doing for the space. Eastern time. Gotcha. We're at 85K likes and only 22 viewers. I tell you, I take a couple days off and then viewership just goes out the window. Viewership out the window. All right. Chelsea, is this what you're seeing on XRP? What are you seeing? I'm seeing this wedge. But I'm also seeing this head and shoulder double bottom. On what time frame though? This is the 1 day. Maybe double bottom on the hour. No. I see a cup and handle, but it looks like it broke structure here. Where are you seeing a double bottom? On XRP? I don't see it. I'm going to have to come watch your show. It's got to be a lower time frame. Where are you seeing a double bottom, Chelsea? What time frame are you on? I want to believe. Make me believe. Let's look at XRP in the 1 week. Ooh. That is not good. That's what I see. Not a bull flag. That is a descending triangle. A bearish pattern. Not good. Not good at all. That would indicate $143. Now, 128. If you accept me, I'll come up for a second. Yeah, please. You got to come up as a co-host, though. So you got to start a live and then come up because I'm in the dual view thing. So I can only have a co-host. Please, please come up. Would love to have you. I've told you before, you're always welcome. Make me believe, Chelsea. I want to believe. I want to so badly. Let me see if I can find you here. I don't see you in people that I can request for. So I believe in order to be a co-host, you have to start your own live and then hop over here. Accept you. I can't accept any guests because I'm in dual layout right now. You know what we're missing right now? Here's what we're missing. I don't want to start a live because I have to close it right afterwards. All right. No worries. You're coming up soon. We'll get you on soon. Think like a couple weeks, right? You'll start one? All right. Do it. Because I'm about to end my live and maybe everyone will just move on over to your live. All right, I'm coming to look for you right now. I don't see you. Don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. We're at 89K likes. Let's get to 100K, guys. 100K. I don't see Bullish Babe. Yeah, we are so close. We're at 90K. We need 10K likes. Let's go. Who's got the clicker on? I do. I've got the clicker on. But we got to work together. Oh, shoot. Clicker stopped working. There we go. Let's see if we can get the clicker working again. Shazam. Thought so. Hey, we've done 2K likes with no clicker. We had 0.2 million likes in one live. No clickers. All thumbs. She's live? All right, let me see. All right. Invite sent.
Hello.
Hey!
I'm in my pajamas.
Welcome to the pajama party.
You get to see me in my rare form. How are you?
I'm doing great. Glad to see you.
Good. It's good to see you too. So the double bottom is actually, you can see it in your screen right now. Thanks, Jeff. So see at the bottom of the falling, or that's like it's kind of a symmetrical, but at the bottom there is a double bottom where it's touching the bottom trend line. That's
Right
where
there?
I'm looking at the double bottom.
Right there.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
I see it.
I actually think that that's a double bottom that's going to pull us out of that pattern.
That's a possibility. And hopefully, I lean not. Because, I mean, we would have to break out of this wedge and out of this descending triangle. Also, remember that this bottom comes all the way down here to the 160
Yeah, so
zone.
I am discounting the scatter, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that drop right there was like not like a textbook drop, right? And
Right.
so for me, I'm discounting that and seeing that as a double bottom. And also the 1 hour Stokes are turning right now, which makes me think that the 4 hour is going to start turning. And if that does, then it will not only...
Oh, you froze on me. Let's look at the 4 hour here. I don't know. I hope so. I hope it's a double bottom.
That's what I'm looking at.
Maybe. I think in the day.
Let me take a look at the daily. When I turn you off, I'm going to freeze for a second. So.
All right, you're good. I see what you're seeing. I don't know. I want to believe. I think in the week you see it best.
And actually, I see it as more of, so at first I had it in the pattern that you have it in right now, but I actually see it as a falling channel. So if you move that start line up to the green, the first green candle that comes down, right? So next to the big green candles on the left.
In what time frame?
So if you draw the line like you have it on the top, right? Except you draw it from the candles so that everything is touching. So you have more touches than you have right now. And then you start from where that green line is to the left of where the pole would be, or to the right of where the pole would be. If you start it there and you draw it down so that there's two touches on that trend line, it's actually more of a falling channel than it is the triangle, which is what I first had patterned out.
In the 1 week?
1 day.
Oh,
so if you go to the daily.
That's why I'm not seeing it. Okay. See, 1 day. Let me get rid of all these lines. All right, let's see here. So starting from this right here.
So so go back over to the start of the pattern and see where that first green candle is. If you take that, it's so hard to say on here. If you're looking at the pole, like where you drew the pole and then the triangle, see that green candle to the right of the pole, the first green candle?
This one right here.
Yep, closer to there. No, one over.
That one.
Yeah. So if you draw it from there and draw it downward, there should be 2 touches on that line. Sorry, I can't see what you're actually doing. Let me see. Can you put the chart in the big box?
I'm not seeing what you're seeing. I want to.
Let
me see here. So that green line. We lost you. You're froze again.
So can I share my screen?
Yes, please. Go ahead.
Okay,
hold on.
I don't know how to do it. That's the problem.
Are you on your phone?
Yeah, I'm on my phone.
You might have to be in game mode. Like if you're gaming, you can share your screen.
Let me see. So usually I have an option. Hold on one sec.
What? They give you an option for that? I've never been able to do that.
Yeah, so I've been able to do it on multi-guest, but I don't know if when I'm...
You're not in the office, huh?
I'm not in the office. I wish I was. So if you look at the daily and you look at... 1 second, I'm going to take a look at it and then...
So I know it's this candle you're talking about. You keep freezing on me.
Okay, so it's 8 candles over from the start of the pattern. So if you start 8 candles over on the daily, there's a green wick that comes down. And if you start from there...
Oh, right here.
Yeah. And
I
then
see
you
it.
draw down. Yep. And you draw down. And on the top, you draw down. It actually creates a falling channel.
Oh, right here. Yeah, okay.
Right? And so at first, I had the pattern that you have drawn, but then I realized that it didn't have enough touches on it. And so I don't think that's the pattern. I actually think it's a falling channel.
I've been watching this one for a while. I had something like this, like that channel right there, though, right? Basically, not drawn exactly the way you said, but
yes, yeah. And so what that would mean is that we've broken out of the channel, and that this pattern is actually, and that's what I was talking about with the double bottom. If we've broken out from that falling channel, and we get rid of the scatter on the first bottom, and we draw that like a double bottom right there, that actually, do you see where I'm saying?
So this would be the bottom, and this would be the other bottom.
Exactly. Yeah. So in trading, like in reading charts, sometimes you have to like look through the friction, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. They're never textbook.
Yeah. And so for me, that's what I'm seeing now more than anything is actually the 1 hour's curving, the 4 hours about to curve, and the daily, even though we're pointed down, if the 1 hour and the 4 hour curves, we now have an opportunity to break out of that double bottom. And not only would we break out of the double bottom, but we're also probably going to the top of the channel, because usually falling channels and falling wedges break down to where they began.
So this is where I had my lines drawn, because it lines up here, here, and then all this was part of the channel. And then I had this one below here, right? So that's the
Yeah,
channel
I mean,
that I was seeing. And so it looks like it broke up and it's maybe trying to break above it. Yeah. At the same time, I've had these lines up here for a very long time, these two. And then I had this channel right here up for a long time. Actually, I think if I just go to refresh, it'll show you my original lines.
now what if you move that line up, the top trend line, move it up so that there's more, so that first, nope, keep it where you were to start, but move the bottom up so that the top line is actually touching 1, 2, 3.
Like that.
Move it up even more, right?
Whoops.
Almost so that third touch is on the channel line. So we haven't, if you move it so that we haven't actually broken out of the channel yet.
Oh, like this.
Bingo.
Oh.
So that's more what I'm thinking. So actually, the first time that you drew it could be a possibility that this is actually, and actually, Oz, move that start line down to the next candle so that it's actually touching 3 times on the trend line.
Like that. Here, here,
nope.
and here.
The start of it. So where you started on that wick, move it down to the next candle.
Okay.
So that the,
or is it this one?
yeah, so like from the start of it, move it down to the neck. Yeah, to the neck. See, look at that. That looks like the pattern to me.
Okay.
So now you have 3 touches on the pattern. You've got 2 touches on the bottom. We may go back down to retouch that bottom trend line, but most likely this is a falling channel that is actually in an inverted head and shoulders or double bottom, and we're going to break out of that channel like pretty soon.
I see this right here like this.
Yep.
Okay. And then that would break us out of this channel. And so this would be the micro, and then the macro, this major channel would be a big move up to like all-time highs. Maybe $3.
Yeah.
Yeah. That would put it at September, hitting $3 around September. I could see that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what I tell my trading guys, right, is that whatever, and I call them guys, there are a couple girls in the group, but not many. What I tell them is whatever time frame the pattern looks the clearest on, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can get the most touches, whatever time frame that is, that's the time frame that you map it and you trade on. And if you can trade on the time frame where the pattern looks the cleanest, usually you'll come out with the best scenario. And so for me, I'm constantly moving my lines on time frames to see which pattern on what time frame looks the cleanest.
Right.
And to me, this is what on XRP, this is the pattern that looks the cleanest.
Yeah, and like the daytime, what I've noticed is like the daytime will tell you what's going to be coming in the upcoming weeks or months. The hour will tell you what's coming up in the next couple days, you know.
Yeah.
I mainly use the 1 day and the 1 hour. But I like to use the week as well. So
I like to use the week now because like it's so choppy that I need to see like what's going on in a bigger picture. But I start with the daily. I go down to the 4 hour, usually maybe 8 hour, 4 hour, 1 hour.
Yeah.
And then I go down to the smaller time frames. But I always like to see what my pattern is on the highest time frame, because that's going to lead you, whether you're range trading or you're trading long term, that's what's going to show you what you're doing.
This is what I'm saying. I think that this is a descending channel right here. Right? And it broke up. Right? And that would mean that it would probably continue to move. I would say at the most 247. That's a strong resistance zone. But I took those away recently, And I was like, I want to get a fresh look at what it's doing now and just right here, right? And that's when I saw that wedge pattern or an ascending channel, which eventually is bearish. And I think that brings it back down to like 215-ish. And then it could potentially go from there. But I think double bottom, if you look at, let me pull one up.
If you see that, like that, at the end of the day, for me, looking at the bigger pattern that I was just showing you, that would actually bring us down to the bottom of the pattern, right? So if it's going to go down, it's usually, when you're in a range like that, it usually is a magnet to the top or the bottom, right? And unless we have some kind of support in the middle of that range, we are most likely going to the bottom of that channel. So that's the only thing that gives me a little bit of pause for that, because I think we're in, even though I think we're going down a little bit right now, I think we may be in a bullish scenario. So it would have to bounce somewhere along one of those trend lines in the middle of the range.
Yeah, I think things are turning around probably mid-July here. It should start to be more upward movement. This is why I think you're right. Okay? And I'm glad you showed that to me. This is H-bar, and so many of these are doing it, and this is a more textbook version of what you just showed me. This is a double bottom right here.
Mm-hmm.
But what I'm also seeing is the same thing that XRP is doing. Oh, shoot. Is it's got that same wedge pattern right here.
Yeah, it's so I talked about this on our live today. So that looks to me like a bear flag, right? I have like a, I don't know, one of these superhuman strengths of like seeing patterns. I think it's my ADHD. I don't know what it is. Yeah. And so for me, that looks like a bear flag, right? Which could definitely be a W pattern, could definitely be a double bottom.
I think it's going to be a triple bottom.
It could be, for sure.
I think it comes down like this. Boom.
But it may just be taking a long time for a double bottom. And I think that's what's happening on XRP. It's happening on SHIB. It's happening on a lot of the altcoins that I thought were in a cup and handle on the daily. But what's happening is that cup and handle, instead of going directly up, which cup and handles tend to do, which is why it's my favorite pattern, right? I love that pattern to trade because, it's an easy pattern to trade. When you see it, it usually goes. The difference is right now what's happening is, which is why I think Bitcoin may shoot up in the next week, they're stalling at the bottom. They're crab walking along the bottom. And that to me means it's double bottoming.
Yeah, I agree. And because I'm looking at H-bar and everything kind of moves together with the market, H-bar is a more textbook version of that double bottom you just shared. That I think it's going to triple bottom. I think we're going to get another drop because of tariffs on the 9th, maybe August 1st. But also at the same time, they're talking about the crypto week. ISO is going in to play on the 14th, I think, or the 12th. And then there's just a lot of bullish news, right? Which leads me to believe that we're on the upside. Even though the micro trend is this right here, that could easily break because the macro is way more bullish. So I think you're right. And I think that lines up exactly with what you were just showing me in XRP. It's just a little out of structure because XRP does its own thing. So I think you might be right.
Also, I think, I learned from one of the traders that I learned from was Crypto Lifer. I don't know if you know that name.
No.
But he always said, and it's so funny because the more I trade, the more I understand how much I actually took from him. When you're watching a trader, you don't realize how much you're actually absorbing. But for me, there were a couple of things that he said that always stuck with me. One is that if something breaks out of a pattern and breaks back into it, you treat it like it never broke out of the pattern in the first place.
Right.
The other thing is that no patterns have to be exact. And so I always look at patterns like H-bar to me is in a huge cup and handle on the 3-day. and it's in a slanted cup and handle. And it's almost touching I think it's the 50. It's almost touching right now. And so for me, that's the pattern that I would play if I were playing H-bar, right?
You're saying this is a cup and handle right here?
So go to the 3-day. Are you on the 3-day?
I don't have the 3-day on mine.
Do you have the 2-day?
I have the 1 day and the 1 week. But I can see it more. I still see what you're seeing.
So the handle is actually starting, if you go move back, keep moving back in time. There we go. The
Right
handle is actually starting at the top of that pattern.
So this is your cup?
Nope, it's actually a bigger cup, but it's on the 3-day.
So so this is the cup.
That's the handle. So what you're looking at right now in that falling wedge that you're looking at right now, or the falling channel, that's actually the handle of the cup and handle in the 3-day.
Okay. Interesting. I wish I had the 3-day on here.
And so that's the other thing that I took from him, is just that patterns are not always perfect. And if you're looking for perfection, you won't always see the patterns. And for me, like, there have been more slanted cup and handles that have broken out than any other pattern that I've ever watched. And so on the 3-day for H-bar, there's a slanted cup and handle. I think
like that.
No, I wish I could share my screen
I know,
so
right?
badly.
I wish I could go into the 3-day.
So actually, see where the pattern starts for you, like see where all the way over to the left where that big huge God green candle is. Keep going.
This one?
Nope, keep going to the farther in history.
Oh yeah, because it's
back.
This
there
one.
we go. Okay, so at the top of that pattern, like where it goes to the very top, that's where the handle starts on the 3-day. So you're already in a cup, you've completed the cup, and the handle starts at the very tippity top. There we go. Yeah.
I see it. Okay.
So if you saw the
cup.
3-day, the 3-day actually turns.
I would say that maybe this consolidation right here is the. Let me get rid of this one.
So are you on the weekly? What are you on right now?
I'm on the day, but I can get into the week here. Let's look at week. It looks similar. Oh.
So see what I'm saying? That's a slanted cup and handle. So see where if you open it up a little bit. Okay. So see, this is not going to be completely clear because we're on the weekly, but see where that green wick is that just disappeared because you.
This one?
Yeah, like right around there.
Yeah.
If you draw that to the top of the. Yeah.
Of the cup.
So
that's the cup. This is the handle.
Exactly.
Okay.
Right? And so if you play that like a slanted cup and handle, if it breaks the trend line over there, the target is huge.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
And there's a lot of patterns that are in this right now.
So let's say this is the cup and handle. I would say it goes to.
I'll measure
75 cents.
I'll be right.
80 cents. And then yeah, I'd say like 70, 75 cents. We lost her.
You didn't lose me. I was trying to measure.
Okay. I'm thinking 70, 75 cents. What do you think? Maybe this
Hold on,
is
I'll be right back.
yeah, maybe this is a whole nother cup and handle that's going to form. And then this is the handle of the next cup and handle, sending it up to like $1. Interesting. I could see that though. I hope you're right, man. I got a lot of money in these things. Not a lot. I got my moon bags. Chelsea's face is frozen in the funniest position right now.
Oh God, I gotta get it off. Oh my God.
I wish I could have screenshot that. I'm gonna clip that and make a meme out of you now. You are now a meme.
Okay, yeah. So it's about 73 cents is what my target would be.
Yeah, that's what I see. 70 to 75, somewhere in there.
Yeah.
See, you're the only one that sees what I see. Like, because how else do you chart the unchartable, right?
Yeah.
And
for me, it's like, it's funny because there's a guy, Phil, in our group, and he's a very good technical analysis. And what's funny is the more I do this, the more I realize that like I've learned a lot from people that I've watched, right? And I don't like tout myself as a professional at all, but I think the way that we see things is very similar. And I will say, like, it's pretty accurate. And I think it's because the way that we look at things is you have to look at things in a way that if you know how the market moves and you know that markets, and I think that's what people do wrong when they're doing technical analysis. They look at the markets like it is what it is every time. And if you know how the markets move and you know that things can wick down and fake you out, then you have to kind of discount some of those fake outs to see the patterns.
I agree. I mean, look at this. The 1 week is a textbook double bottom.
Yeah. And on a higher time frame, that's pretty accurate, right? Yeah. And not to say that we can't go from there, but then looking at, so this is where I get my story from, right? You're looking at the double bottom right there on the weekly. If you play that cup and handle, if you put that into play right now, then not only is it a double bottom, but it's the handle that's going to break out. And that to me is that's the confluence I need to play that trade, right? I need to know that that is not only a double bottom, but is now the handle of a cup and handle or a slanted cup and handle that's now going to break out. And as long as I have those two confluences, then that is a valid trade for me.
You know what I'm seeing here? And this is something I've noticed. When a pattern plays out, it tends to repeat itself. So let's say this is a cup and handle right here, right? And that move up could be another cup and handle at the 50-cent mark
for sure.
Another even bigger cup and handle that's going to play out. And
even better, if it is a cup and handle and it is slanted versus like the double bottom, it will shoot straight up with God candles and then you'll make a bull flag, right?
Yeah.
So for me, it's more likely that if it is a slanted cup and handle and it is going to do that, it's more likely that we make a bull flag and then break out of the bull flag, right? Because it may not travel on for that long.
This would be the bull flag, like somewhere around here,
Exactly.
And that would take it up. And what I'm seeing is if this is another cup and handle that forms right here, that would take it up to $1.
Yeah. I think I have higher targets on H bar. I don't know what they are from like the monthly, I think. Oh, thank you.
I think it was Cosmic that said that H bar, or no, it was Caveman. I think one of those two said that H bar is probably one of the most undervalued cryptos in the market right now, and I agree with that. That's why I pulled it up. I've been watching this one like a hawk because I saw this double bottom and I'm like, ooh, that's what I want right there. You know what I mean? And
yeah, someone pulled up Axelar today, and I that was one that I have been trying to do some research on to get into. And it was like I looked at the entry and I was like, oh man, I better do my research today because this is like the entry was like golden. Not financial advice, but it was definitely starting to form a double bottom, right? So
I'm seeing a lot of double bottoms on, like, Cardano looks identical to this. There's so many that look identical. We pull up another one. And that's beautiful because they all are moving together. And so what I'm trying to do is find the one that is undervalued but highly rated that's probably going to outperform all the others. And that's kind of why I'm looking at H-bar. But I think Cardano is going to be a good one as well.
Yeah, I think Cardano, at the end of the day, like, I think what's interesting and like the thing that's the most standout to me is that if you look at Bitcoin's chart and then you look at these altcoins, they are all lagging a little bit behind Bitcoin. So for me, that is like the confluence I need to know that Bitcoin is going to move soon.
Exactly.
Right? Because if all of these altcoins are looking primed, they're not going to move until Bitcoin does. And so that means Bitcoin is probably going to make a move here in the next couple of weeks, up to an all-time high, possibly up to 114. And I think if it breaks 114, then we've got a bigger run in store.
Look at Cardano is your cup and handle as well. Yeah. And the double bottom.
A lot of them are in this. Like SHIB is in a huge cup and handle. So, and we have been watching it in our trading group. Like I call myself a monogamous trader, right?
Yeah, me too.
I trade certain things because I have learned their patterns and learned their reaction to the markets, and so it's easy for me to trade them.
That's why I trade XRP, because I've been doing it for so many years now. It's like I know what it's going to do.
Exactly. Or like how big the move is going to be. If Bitcoin moves up, like how big, where do you need to put your stop loss, right? And so for me, just SHIB is one of the ones that I play because it is way better than Bitcoin. The returns are way better. It's way better than Doge. And it will move with Doge, but it has way better return. So yeah.
Look at Cardano's triple bottom. Look at that triple bottom on Cardano.
Boom, yeah, Cardano's looking good to me. And I own a big bag of that I'm holding long term. So hopefully it does go up. But guys, I'm gonna go to bed. I'm exhausted. But I'm glad to have joined you.
Of course.
I hope you have a good night. Bye everyone in the crowd. And I hope you have a good night. I'll see you soon.
Yeah, good night. Make sure you guys send Bullish Babe a follow. Great creator. I love their show. Her and Cosmic Crypto are in cahoots. They're in cahoots together. They're great show. Hilarious. I am dying laughing whenever I watch their show. It is just pure crypto comedy. Cosmic did one. He was like telling like horror stories from crypto, and he's like, he called it Tales from the Crypto. I died laughing. So funny. All right. It's 9 o'clock, so I'm gonna call it a night. Unless you guys want to send me some magnificent gifts, I will continue to go later. So let's see if we can get a galaxy. If we can get a galaxy, I'll continue to go live. Otherwise, we're gonna call it a night, and I'll get some rest. Butchie Bo, take care, man. I'll give it 1 minute. 1 minute to get a galaxy. Otherwise, I'm calling it a night. I actually just want to call it a night. I don't even want a galaxy. Don't send me a galaxy, guys. I want to go to bed. I have to get up early tomorrow. All right, no galaxy. I will see y'all later. Take care, TikTok seller. And if you want to get in the TA class, send me a message. I'll get you in. All right, holler. Don't forget to follow. Give me a follow. Become a deluxe subscriber. Sign up for the TA class. Appreciate all the viewers here, everyone. I love you guys. Love this show. Love the staff here. Love the community and all the other creators. It is just amazing, and I'm happy to be here. Yeah, I'm going to get some rest. I will see y'all later. And bye for now. Actually, I'm going to wait one more minute. I want just a couple more seconds. Boom, 4 hours on the dot. All right, I'll see y'all later.